Alright, if I get a really awful Mage Masher steal, I might reset once or twice, but after that, this is going to be a pure no resets run. Hey, Citrius and Tiny Sprite. Welcome everybody. Thanks for all the support. I know I'm a little over 7,777 followers now, but it's still called that because I said so. You know, I did actually get 100 nobles in my practice. Hey, Salmonarch, thank you. Yeah. If you ask me, all of the Super Nintendo and PlayStation Final Fantasies have awesome soundtracks, but a lot of people like this one the most. I think Uematsu does too. Hey, Arcade Doom. Okay, hopefully Twitch chat doesn't eat as many messages as it did yesterday. If that turns out to be the case, I have a backup chat waiting to go. Hey, Depressed Rat, Zreka, and the Straw, good morning or afternoon. Hey, Sanguine. If you want to see more serious runs of this game, you should follow Sanguine, because he's doing that right now. I will get back to doing more regular runs of FF9, but not until after I've gotten a good PB at FF7. Who called that? Who called that? Hey, Vivi's Dark Side. Yeah, apologies to Sanguine for stealing his Mage Masher luck there. Literally and figuratively. Oh, thanks for the support, Adafried. Let's see. It's right here. Yeah, FF4 through 6 relay was amazing. Blew away all of my expectations, and hopefully we'll be doing it again sometime later this year, like August or September maybe. Hey, Nev. Oh, I think I've gotten the little ruby Easter egg before too. Offline raid. Welcome, offline raiders. I'm guessing this is MV's doing. I've gotten that I think VV's Dark Side you just kind of answered for why I'm not interested in having a 7 through 9 relay. I mean, if somebody else wants to organize that, I'd certainly consider playing in it, but I'm not interested in organizing one, both because of how long it is and how difficult the scheduling would be because of the length. Okay, let's see if my controller or does weird things in the next screen like it did when I was practicing. Oh no, it's the one after this one. Hey MV, thanks for the raid. How'd the FF6 runs go this morning? Yeah, what is it? I don't know. I'm using a newer controller that, for some reason, on just these two screens of Alexandria, just makes me drift to the right instead of actually moving up if I'm holding up on the D-pad. It's easy enough to get around just by using the analog stick instead, but it's annoying. Yeah, that too, Nep. I don't actually know enough FF7 through 9 runners that are at equivalent skill levels to make for an exciting relay. Plus 8 and 9 have a lot of RNG in them. I mean, 8, it's front-loaded at the beginning with the fish fins and the Quistis and Zell card matches, but 9 is spread out a lot more. I'm still waiting for Karakarn to do a 7 through 9 gauntlet. Try to cut the tomato rice. No, I don't run FF8 yet. I kind of want to at least learn the route so I can do a few casual runs, but just the game doesn't really interest me as much as the other Super Nintendo and PlayStation Final Fantasies. Well, yeah, there's plenty of runners for all the games. My concern is just the skill levels don't line up quite as much as for the Super Nintendo games. And when you're dealing with much longer games, if the players are spread out in skill, that's going to lead to blowouts. Hey, Panda and Beckworth. Hey, Xenifer, thank you. Yeah, I mean, of the PlayStation Final Fantasies, I think 9 is definitely aged the best. Graphics aren't everything in a game, obviously, but they hold up a lot better for 9 than for, especially for 7. I mean, my favorite Final Fantasy is fairly well known. It's in my Twitch channel FAQ, but if the question is which Final Fantasy would I recommend to someone who's never played one before, I would say either 4 or 9, depending on how long of a game you want to play. Oh, nice, rye bread. If this cutscene weren't at the very beginning of the game, it would be a potential place to take a break, just because this text is all on autopilot. Oh, thank you, Mr. Post. Thanks everybody for all the support over the years. Yeah. Pretty bad ATV. Trying to prevent Leo from getting another turn by using a trick that's common to all of the Super Nintendo and PlayStation Final Fantasies called the ATB wait trick, where I can hold the cursor in sub-menus in order to prevent enemies from gaining ATB towards their next turn. Sum of best for this game is kind of useless, actually, Rybread, just because the way the random encounter system works in this game, there's no way to manipulate it, and most of the rooms in this game are short enough that there's only like about maybe it's two or three rooms in the whole game where it's pretty much impossible to get through without an encounter outside of the tasks. Or a segmented run that has a lot of resets. So like if I actually looked at my gold splits for the game, it would probably be like a run that had 0 random battles. I know I missed the first input, so I'm not going to get 100. Here's a second miss. Probably something in the 70s, I'd guess. 77. Hey, Sake guys, good evening. It would have, I mean, if I hadn't missed twice, that probably would have been in the 90s, but I wasn't paying enough attention at the start and missed the very first input. Hey, Whip and Astoundingly Astonishing. You get a lot, you get 10,000 gil if you get 100 nobles, but that doesn't really help as much as it should. The way that minigame works is that your number of nobles is based both on your accuracy for hitting the inputs and your speed at doing it. There's a couple if you play the game enough, you'll recognize some patterns with the inputs. Like for the first like 15 or so, it's basically going to always be either cross, also known as X, triangle, or left or right. Then after that, then all the others open up too. You're never going to get the same one twice in a row, and and then if after you've moved either left or right, you're not going to get left or right again until you've moved back to the center. Samonarch Drizurk, another guy who used to run this game, and I did a little research into that, and really the best we were able to come up with was being able to skip a couple of gil chests near the start of Disc 2 if you get 100 nobles. Because just after that, the amount of money that you get and need kind of grows quickly enough that even having a bigger bankroll at the start doesn't really let you skip anything that you would need to get in order to afford your shopping for the rest of the game. Yeah, you'd be able to use the cotton robe trick to get more money on top of that too. The cotton robe trick is it's a fairly well-known get-rich-quick scheme in this game where you can synthesize a piece of armor called cotton robe in Lindblum from I think it's a steepled hat and a wrist, and then you can sell the cotton robe for more than it costs to make it, both the cost of the components and then the synthesis itself. So if you get enough wrists and steepled hats, then you can make a bunch of cotton robes and sell them for extra money. Oh, and then people wondering about the Moonstone too. If you get 100 nobles, if you go back upstairs and talk to Queen Bran, you'll get an extra prize based on what your number of nobles was. And if it's 100, it's a Moonstone, which is an accessory that teaches you Shell. Maybe another spell too, but none of the prizes that you can get are worth the time that you'd have to spend going back upstairs to get it. You can call Steiner anything you want, although the funny thing is that since Steiner is his last name, if you rename him to Rusty or something else, then whenever, like in cutscenes where his full name gets used, he's called Adalbert Rusty then. I could think of considerably worse things to do on a Sunday afternoon or evening and play Final Fantasy IX. Oh yeah, I think that's pretty much my favorite marathon run I've ever done, was my co-op run of this game with Spike Vegeta about a little over a year ago. Yeah, so much fun was had too. Yeah, like the play acting that we did. Even the card tournament we had some fun with. Hey, Stanley Number, thank you, appreciate it. The way it'd probably be more appropriate to call it a relay run. I mean, because we basically took turns. I think I played Disc 1, the second half of Disc 2, and Disc 4, and then Spike did the first half of Disc 2 and Disc 3. Originally, it was going to be a three-way relay with Essentia, but she ended up not being able to make it to the marathon, so Spike split up, and I split up Disc 2 instead. There are a couple of games where you can actually spread the battle party across 2 controllers. Like you can, I know FF6 supports that. This game might too, but like when I was in college, I used to play co-op FF6 with my roommate, where we'd each take 2 characters in the battle party. Yeah, yeah. This game has a lot of menuing, and because you can buffer inputs, it looks pretty. Yeah, it's pretty impressive looking when you can do fast menus in this game. Disclaimer: you're not really going to be seeing the best FF9 menuing today, just because the only practice I've done was my streamed derusting practice last week. If I was really gonna try to improve my PB at this game, before starting the run, I'd spend about an hour or so on emulator going through all of the menus for practice. Fireman Steiner to the rescue. Yeah, Rushiru is the current record holder for this game. He's a Japanese player, and his menuing is sick. Okay, got the silk shirt. The route I'm using today is pretty much the same route I used for AGDQ, maybe a few tweaks, because I thought about trying to do like the level 5 Deathless route, but I don't want to do that without practice, because I don't really know, because I would really need to figure out how much AP I need to get on Disc 3 in order to learn all of my abilities for Disc 4, and if I try that and it doesn't work out, then I could have a tough time actually beating the game. So I'm just gonna go with the route I've used before, but whenever I start doing serious runs of this game again, I will be doing some rerouting for the second half of the game to use the latest strats. Like, the current record takes different parties to Oiver and Desert Palace. And does some shopping and stuff differently, too. Hey, Vinali, welcome. Yeah, I mean, for RPGs, there needs to kind of be a cooldown and/or something new to do with the game. FF7 has got a pretty good shot at being in a GDQ marathon again soon, just because of how much the route has changed with the step count manipulation and the Midgar skip and stuff like that. FF9 will need probably a more lengthy cooldown, just because, I mean, unless there's no useful glitches in this game that are known at least, so unless that changes, or some new strats, some really, really new strats get discovered, any run of this wouldn't really look that different to a casual viewer. Hey, Soul Reaper. Well, if I was doing a marathon run of FF7, I would do things a little differently. Like I would probably steal 2 right arms on Mount Coral, no matter how long it took, and then save those for Demon's Gate in order to make hitting with Deathblow much less of a risk. Like that's why I died the last time I did an FF7 run, is just because my Deathblow luck was so bad that I just couldn't keep up with my damage output in time. It would be no slots, almost certainly, just because that's a lot more exciting of a watch. Yeah, I'm actually wearing an FF9 shirt right now. It was the shirt from AGDQ last year, in fact. I've got like 1 or 2 more FF9 shirts. Not anywhere nearly as many as 7, though. Should have had Garnet kill Marcus. So for these next 2 battles with Steiner, I want to kill everybody except Garnet, because in that battle it just ends immediately if everyone except Garnet is dead, and then for the last one, Steiner won't attack you if only Garnet is alive, and there's less dialogue too. That's kind of I kind of view that as a rule of thumb, though, that for the entertainment value of RPG speedruns is kind of directly tied to how kind of just how varied the strategies for the boss battles are, and how and them having and if there's a lot of one-hit KOs on bosses, that's kind of a strike against it for doing it in a marathon. Yeah, if you kill Garnet, then you game over. When I was derusting this game like 2 years ago before AGDQ, I had VV cast fire on the whole party because I couldn't remember the exact trigger, and then yep, that's a game over if Garnet dies too. Hey Nitrodon, good afternoon. Bomb! That is a very cool looking bomb, though, I might say. So the goal basically is to get out of this battle before the half-hour mark, if possible, which I'm definitely on pace to do because of that first try Mage Masher steal. Hey Absorbent, yeah, I can see your message. Twitch chat was really bad yesterday as far as dropping messages. I mean, if that continues today, I've got a backup chat channel I can bring up, but I'd kind of rather keep everybody in one place if I can. Yeah, how is the Twitch plays Pokemon thing going anyway? I mean, I'm sure it's gonna go until they beat the game. That is a good question, Tremolanto. I mean, I'd kind of floated the idea of doing like maybe doing a Final Fantasy 4 through 6 gauntlet, but I think I'm probably gonna get to 10K well before I actually finish learning 4. So we'll see. I'm not even really sure I want to do that ever, though, is the thing. I can do 2 Super Nintendo Final Fantasies back to back, but all 3, I don't know about. Maybe back when I was a young whippersnapper I could. Not that streaming actually existed back then, though. Well, I have in fact played Final Fantasy X. I actually 100%ed it too, including Nemesis and all the ultimate weapons and stuff back in the day. I have the HD version pre-ordered, although I'm probably not going to 100% that. Because once was enough for a lot of the Monster Arena stuff and other really grindy side quests. $45K viewers, wow. It would not. I'm sure that's what's destroying the Twitch chat then. Alright, so this ATE cutscene you have to watch because it's a tutorial, but after this, there's only one ATE cutscene in the whole run that we watch, and that's because we can get a useful prize out of it. Hey, T-Flower, thank you. Alright. Entering the Evil Forest, now we can actually get into random battles. Getting one on this screen isn't really awful, just because I need Zidane to get to level 4 before getting to the first Black Waltz. And if he gets into an encounter when he's by himself in this screen, he gets all of the experience for himself. Honestly, I don't think so. I think the Steam PC version of FF7 is Square's last word on the game. Maybe I could see them doing more sequels or prequels like Crisis Core and Dirge of Cerberus, but I don't think they're gonna do a full remake just because it would cost too much money. Hey, Blurred Shade. But FF7 HD would have a few things that would frighten me too, like voice acting, if they added that. Voice-acted Schizo would frighten me to no end, because I just imagine it sounding like the two-headed ogres from Warcraft games. Like with the two heads arguing with each other. So another minor perk to getting into an encounter with just Zidane and having him reach level 2 before this is that the amount of trance gauge that you have is tied to your spirit stat, and if Zidane is basically any level greater than 1, his trance gauge is enough that he gets 3 turns while tranced, so he won't de-trance after doing this, which saves a little animation time. No, it's not my biggest fear. I mean, there's many other things that could be messed up about FF7 if it was remade, but That's just my example of that's just what I say to mean that they could add voice acting and have it be bad. Is my I guess what my fear about voice acted FF7 would be. Oh. Alright, well, I mean, are people's messages getting eaten a lot? Because I could set up the backup chat, maybe after during the escape from the evil forest. Hey, got the broadsword steel. That's a common steel though, so it's not really that hey. Something you'll see me doing too is that whenever I select a character's attack and then they immediately do it, I will tap the run away buttons in order to cancel their weapon readying pose, and that saves about like half a second each time I do it, which adds up over the course of a run. Yeah, I mean, yeah, kind of like what Arcade Doom says, the real-time element and kind of the combination of real-time and turn-based battle in the Super Nintendo and PlayStation versions is why it's those that interest me the most for doing speedruns, just because there's generally a lot of tricks and tech you can do that involve manipulating the ATB system. Hey, Happy Squid. Like, along with it being 11 hours long, I don't ever see myself speedrunning Final Fantasy X just because there isn't a real-time element to the battles other than just how fast you enter your commands. I mean, I know it's got a pretty complex turn-based system with lots of ways you can manipulate it by taking certain types of actions to change the turn order, but for it to really grab me, it kind of has to have a active time battle element too. I would consider 10-2 at some point if I was looking for new games, just because it does have the real-time element and it's got a pretty fun battle system too. Problem though is that 10-2 has some really annoying cutscenes and the music isn't really that hot. Alright, I'm not hearing a whole lot of people saying that their messages are getting eaten, so I'll leave it as is for now, but if it gets bad later today, I'll bring up a backup chat. I just don't like using that if I don't have to, just because it splits up the viewers, so some of you will hear me talking to people whose messages you can't see if you're not in both chats. Is Rekka a really cutthroat bot in Kurikaran's channel or something? Hey, Rushlove. So this battle here kind of sets the stage for when Zidane gets his next trance, based on how many times Baku actually hits him. Yeah, that's why the answer to my favorite Final Fantasy in my FAQ is the way that it is, just because people take that way too seriously. Yes, I will be at SGDQ. Hey, Kion. These ethers I'm picking up are all for selling. It's kind of a commonality that money is in short supply near the start of Final Fantasy speedruns, and ethers generally sell for quite a bit of money early game. Yeah, I can see that too. I mean, if you're just planning to start reset, if you get a bad disc one time, then going for a first or try tent on Gizmaluk sounds worthy. Last step. Last step encounters the FF9's way of twisting the knife, just because the threat level for encounters resets every time you enter a new area. So getting one on the last step just means the game's leading you on to thinking you'll get a no encounter room, and then nope. I do need to get a couple kills before getting to Black Waltz, though. This is a trick called splitting the screen here, where I duck in and out of that other area in order to reset my threat level for random battles. It resets every time you enter a new area. Because the annoying thing on top of random battles being unmanipulatable for the most part in this game is that they also take a lot of time, just because the loading time to get in and out of them, and the fact that running away takes a while because the normal L and R running away command in this game is so slow that it's basically useless. In a speedrun, you need to use Zidane's flee command in order to run away effectively. But it's generally a minimum of like 35 to 45 seconds just to get in and out of a random battle. all these last step encounters, and we haven't even gotten through the first dungeon yet. I can tell we're in for a treat today. There's another one. I mean, ideally I'd have 2 encounters, or even 1 or so, before getting out of Evil Forest. Oh, nice. I wasn't expecting to kill it before it attacked. Hey, Slice. Is that 5? I thought that... Did I forget to count 1 or something? Let's see. Yeah, just for safety, let's potion up. Thought that was only 4. Hey, Delm. Oh, it's 5. I'll update it. Cause I had 1, Hey, Royal Blue Wizard. So for this boss here, I'm using a kind of an unorthodox strategy where if Zidane dies, it actually skips half of the fight. Because nice. It's basically, I mean, it's divided into 2 phases, basically before and after Blank arrives, and if Zidane dies, Blank arrives immediately, and then that effectively halves Plant Brain's HP. Ooh, cookie. Well, Royal Blue Wizard has the cookies. I think he made a ton of them yesterday. Okay, with 5 battles in Evil Forest, I don't think it matters in the slightest how many kills I get on the, or how many plant spiders I get. Hey, cool handle. No, viewers are all in Twitch chat. I mean, I do have a backup chat ready to go if Twitch chat is too unstable today, but so far that doesn't really appear to be the case. Alright, 2 plant spiders. You should kill off at least oh, this hits level 4. Took a bit of a risk there because I didn't pay attention to my experience. Ah! Okay, that was bad. Now I'm gonna actually have to fight something in the ice cavern. Even when I was running this game more seriously, I still always forgot to actually check how much experience I had after Plant Brain. Hey, Empty Eye. Yeah, the number of plant spiders you can get is random. It could be 2, 3, or 4. And it's a useful place to top off top off Zidane reaching level 4, which is the safe level for fighting Black Waltz and Sea Lion. Yeah. Yeah, Yetis are worth good stuff, although they take longer to kill than the Flans or Goblins. Yeah, about to say, I think you probably mean level 3 Sea Lion. Level 3 Sea Lion is pretty much impossible without using Trance. Because your HP is just too low to be able to survive, like, survive Blizzara and Tsunami without extra healing turns. Oh wow, almost to 700 viewers already. Thanks everybody, appreciate it. Yeah, as you would probably expect, fire is very effective in the ice cavern. Sadly, Blank gets the Palom and Porum special. So how are Abda and Elmagus doing with the FF4 runs today? I saw both of them were playing right before I started this. It's really cool to see all the new action with FF4 now that people are starting to use the Japanese endgame strats to cut down on grinding. Rain. Rain, 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 rain. Aw. Also, hey Kari. Did he die to the dolls or Golbez again? Because he seems to have been having a lot of trouble getting past them. Or he has enough characters die on Golbez that his levels are lower for Dr. Lugai. I will get absorbed into Bravely Default eventually too. I just haven't ordered it yet. Maybe I should have, or maybe I should get it this week, just because after this coming week I'm going to be out of town for a week, so I won't be doing any kind of console gaming. I'm gonna safety save before entering the ice cavern. That's what I've heard the term new golden age of RPGs tossed around, which definitely means I'm in for a treat. Yeah, it wouldn't be much of a follower appreciation special if I died a couple hours in. So there will be safety saves, because I am not expecting to beat my PB with this run. If I can get under 10 hours, I'll be happy, actually, just because this is... Even though I did a de-rusting run, I didn't actually practice any of the menus or more complicated battles. Hey, Wipey, good evening, sir. Yeah, welcome back to the fold. So the gimmick with the ice cavern is that the encounter rate is actually kind of low, but the plumes of mist that are in fixed spots in each room are, if you touch one, you get forced into a battle. There's a bit of randomness to when they start and stop, too. So I do need to get a battle before getting to the end because of Zidane not being level 4 yet. But the odds of getting a good battle are higher if it occurs naturally than if I run into the mist plume. Wow, nice. Perfect battle. Well, other than the goblin attacking. The other big random element to battles in this game is your ATB, just because the battle system in this game is unfortunately pretty slow paced compared to the other games that use the ATB system. So if you get really bad starting ATB, then that adds quite a bit of time to battles, both because of the time you have to wait for it to fill up and enemies getting it to attack you. Hey, Drazuric. Good evening, sir. Well, I got the first try of Mage Masher still, which is a complete waste on a safety saved snow reset run. Yeah. Necron has a really, really weird ATB system that we only know stuff about because there's a TAS of this game. The TAS is a tool-assisted speedrun made on an emulator that kind of exceeds what can be done by a human being in real time. Pepsi Man! You might be thinking about Chrono Cross, Irritated Goat, because both the next to last and last boss in Chrono Cross are called Time Devourer, even though the next to last boss is really supposed to be called Dragon God. Alright, so for Black Waltz number 1, takes 3 hits to kill Black Waltz, and then either 5 or 6 to kill Sea Lion, depending on damage rolls. And really nice to be able to go for Zidane to go before Black Waltz does, so I can cancel one of his attacks, which is probably not going to happen with that kind of ATB. Oh, nice. Okay, that means Black Waltz had even worse. So, Sea Lion has 2 counters that it does when its HP goes below certain values. And if I'm not prepared, both of those can kill me. It's basically after, if I'm getting a 5-hit battle, it would be after the 2nd and 4th, well, in either case, after a 2nd and 4th hit with regular counters, which happened along with Sea Lion's regular turn. Okay, this is pretty much going to be a 6 round Sea Lion now, unless I get 100 on all the remaining ones, I think. Yeah, in the Japanese version, the final boss of this game is called Darkness of Eternity, is what it translates to. Tanab. Yeah, that's a better translation in the English version then. Hey, Red, good afternoon. Alright, so if I'd have gotten better damage luck, that last hit would have killed it. Damage luck isn't really much of a thing in FF9, but it is in this battle. It affects whether it takes 5 or 6 hits to kill Sea Lion. So yeah, I mean a pretty good start to a run would beat Sea Lion before the hour mark, but I got too many encounters in Evil Forest for that to be possible, even if I'd have gotten the Sea Lion quick kill. Hey, Dr. Pepper. Well, I don't know, Mr. Zwanzig. My rate at getting the Rebirth Ring is actually fairly good from runs I've done. I'm sure I'm a lot slower at playing Tetramaster than the pros, though. Hey, Ishmael, good afternoon. Alright, hey. Got out of the ice cavern with no encounters. There's a couple pretty bad encounters you can get in the ice cavern too. Well, the worst one is 4 Flans, just because if your ATB is pretty bad, then all of them will get to attack before you can either kill them with fire or run away with Zidane. Yeah. Yeah, there was a pretty hilarious blooper that I've got buried in my Twitch highlights and on my YouTube of an unfortunate run-in I had with the ragtime mouse nearby to here sometime in 2012 when I was learning the game. Yeah, the Flan Mafia is a good name for it. That's silly that it was, yeah, well, I'm just reading back the chat. Yeah, calling it English Darkness in the French version is quite silly, though. Tanab would be a cooler name, that for sure. I know the French version of FF7 has some pretty hilarious translation, too. Like, the only one I really know thoroughly is the Aqua Lung enemy skill, which is, it's called Aqua Breath in the Japanese version, and it's Aqua Lung in the English version, and then it's Scaphandre in the French version, which literally means like scuba tank. So instead of translating Japanese to French, they did Japanese to English to French. Alright, so whenever I'm on the world map and not on a chocobo or with the marquee for what continent I'm on above me, I'm going to be walking like this, just because this vastly reduces my rate for random encounters. It still can happen, but getting through an entire run without any random battles is possible, and it's realistic too. Yeah, Tetramaster is nowhere near as fun as Triple Triad, both just because the game has the rules are a little they're not really vastly more complicated, but you have to study a little harder to understand them, and there's RNG in the game too, beyond just what cards the opponent plays and stuff too, and like what arrows you have on your cards and their stats, and And then there's almost no rewards for the game proper for doing well at Tetramaster. I mean, the only in-game prize you really get is the Rebirth Ring for winning the card tournament that the game makes you play. Whereas in Triple Triad, you can do card mod to get really overpowered items for the game proper. Yeah, the RNG with Tetramaster I think is what really kind of kills it for being a fun mini game for me. Like, I got addicted to Triple Triad and spent a lot of time playing that and manipulating the region rules and stuff when I played FF8 for the first time, but I just never got into Tetramaster with FF9. Oh, they did the same thing, Zenix Revenge. They went from Japanese to English to Spanish. Like, they didn't bother fully translating the Mayor Domino password puzzle in FF7 either, because in the Japanese and English versions, there's 4 different possible passwords. But in I know in I think French, German, and probably pretty much any language other than English and Japanese, the password's always Mako. Oops. Now what I'm doing is I'm basically just hitting some event triggers in order to be able to make Dagger appear at the item shop. So I have to go into that garden and then in and out of this item shop twice and then talk to Vivi. Okay, it is always Mako in French. Yeah, that basically means they didn't, because the password puzzle is a kind of a cipher between a bunch of books that are out of place in the library. But if only one password means they didn't bother coming up with 4 possible solutions to it in French or other languages. Yeah, you can. Yeah, if you mug Renoa, you can get I think it's 8 mega elixirs or something. It's pretty funny. Renoa was holding out on the mega elixirs. Only person I know that likes Tetramaster more than Triple Triad is Reign of Soten. Yeah, it must have been kind of weird to play Kingdom Hearts before Final Fantasy, given that Kingdom Hearts started as an offshoot of Final Fantasy. Oops. Hey, Emmy Pup, good afternoon. I knew talk about Tetramaster would lure Rain away from Bravely Default. Yes, yeah. You can also devour Renoa too, and the game does actually give you stat boosts, but then you game over because of Renoa dying, which is pretty hilarious. That kind of reminds me of some of the things in FF6 that are kind of like that, because the boss Dullahan in FF6 has a Gunji glove that you can is in its data as stealable, but there's no way to have access to the steal command without hacking the game, because you can't get either Locke or Go-Go by that point, or any characters that can equip the Thief Dagger. So Wipey, if you're listening, have you gotten past Black Waltz #1 yet, and you're testing to see if the damage is different from the PAL version? I think there's a Moogle closer to the next boss, but I think I have to backtrack anyway to get to it. Yeah, Dream Bomb has a highlight on his Twitch channel of Sabin suplexing himself, which was, I think, well worth a game over. His reaction to it happening was amazing, too. It should definitely go on the Dream Bomb soundboard. Yeah, I think Wipey only moves at 50 frames a second, so it might take him a little while to respond. Cause Wipey thinks that Black Waltz and Sea Lion do more damage in the PAL version. Cause he was rattling off the equipment he had on, and it sounded like the same stuff as you'd have at in the NTSC versions. Yeah, that's a really lame thing about the PAL version of this game, is that they didn't change the amount of time you have to get the Excalibur 2. Because in order to get the Excalibur 2, you have to get to the room right before the Crystal World with under 12 hours on the game clock, but they didn't. They should have raised that to 14 to account for PAL running at lower speed, but they didn't. So just getting to that at all is really difficult in PAL. If anyone doesn't know what PAL is, by the way, it's the video format used in Europe and Australia. NTSC is the video format used in the Americas and Asia. NTSC runs at 60 frames a second, and PAL is 50. Hey LCC. How is the chat consuming your? Because we're talking about, funny that we're talking about devouring in Final Fantasy VIII. I guess the Twitch chat server is devouring messages again today. I wouldn't say NTSC is better for speedrunning, but other than stuff like the Excalibur 2 thing, I don't think it matters for normal play. Okay, if the chat thing gets worse, then I'll bring up a backup chat that I have ready to go on the SDA IRC server. Maybe I'll do that during the Black Waltz cutscene anyway. Oh, okay. So I've heard a few sporadic complaints about chat being eaten, but it hasn't really seemed to me like it's anywhere near as bad as it was yesterday. Binary Sudoku, it's a challenge, basically. You do not in any way need the Excalibur 2 to beat the game, and it isn't really that big of a deal in normal play if you've got like all the other ultimate weapons and equipment. The Excalibur 2 was actually kind of my first exposure to the whole concept of speed gaming, though, just because the idea that it was actually possible to beat this game in under 12 hours just blew my mind. I didn't actually do it back when the game first came out, but it was just my first exposure to the whole concept. Yeah, Yeah, like Nitrodon said too, another way to get the Excalibur 2 is actually to overflow the game clock, which happens if you leave the game running for over 2 years, basically. I think in 2 years you could probably learn how to beat the game in under 12 hours, though. No, Drizerk. I don't think any video hosting service can handle a 2-year-long video. Oh, PAL is in South America too? I actually didn't know that. And it's definitely NTSC in Japan. Which is why I like being an American. I don't actually need a different TV or in some cases a different console to play Japanese games. Because like for Super Nintendo, I can actually place Japanese Super Famicom games on my American Super Nintendo. I could play Japanese PlayStation games too if I modded it my PS2 to get around the DVD region protection, but I just have a Japanese PS2 for Japanese games. Record for this game is 852 by Rushiru. Hey, Oxwis. That's why it's like you hear the terms NTSCU and NTSCJ. That's basically because of region protection. Because for DVDs, I know that Japan and America are in different regions. And Europe has its own region too. Oh, I did this in the wrong order. Oh, thank you. Let's see. Fires. So Black Waltz number 2 does a Fyra counterattack when it gets below a certain HP value. And there's a trick I can do to skip that counter, basically, but I didn't do it this time because of I would have had to have Steiner kill himself for it to work. I could probably just kill... Well, I think I've heard some people say that Black Waltz number 2 is officially female. I've always just referred to as he or it, though. I can kind of see the female shape, though. Alright, so I can get either 1 or 2 ether drops. 1. Okay, and how many ether drops I get affects how much money I have for my shopping I need to do in Lindblom. Alright, now there's a bug in this cutscene right here where if I pick the option to continue too quickly, it soft locks the game. So just to be safe, because basically if you select depart now while Steiner is still shaking his fists, that'll soft lock the game. So just to be absolutely safe, I wait for him to turn to the left, because then that's like a full second or so after you're at risk of a soft lock. I've never understood the point of region locking either, other than greed. The record for this game is both really skillful and really lucky. Because, I mean, kind of the main things you can do for execution to get a good time at this game is do menuing really fast and walk without wasting steps. To reduce the number of chances for random battles. But luck plays a massive role too. Much more so in this game than in most other RPGs that I know of. Well, maybe I shouldn't say most other RPGs, but most other Final Fantasy games at least, because I mean, I know there's other RPGs where just even being able to finish a speedrun is very luck reliant. I mean, you can beat this game pretty much no matter what, unless you get trolled by death guys, but getting a good time is very luck dependent. Yeah, and being able to because of how much randomness there is, you need to be able to think and make decisions quickly too, based on what happens during battles. That's what I kind of think is the fun part about running this game, is just the fact that no run is the same. There's always going to be a lot of differences depending on what happens. Alright, the third and final Black Waltz is actually the easiest of the three, because it follows a completely fixed AI script. The only real randomness is whether I can steal something from it or not. Yeah, Nova Dragon, which is the boss you have to fight before you can enter the final dungeon, is annoyingly random, because if it does shockwave a lot, you can lose pretty easily. Excuse me. Yeah, Quarry Sanguine had a really good run going that ended because of just getting crit by a Iron Giant in the final dungeon, which is something he had no control over. Yeah, if you like what you're seeing in this run so far, you should definitely follow Sanguine too, just because he's doing more active and practiced runs right now than I am. I'm doing this as a follower special just because that's what people that voted in my poll wanted, but it's gonna be at least a couple months before I actually do more runs of this game, just because I really want to improve my FF7 time. And I have to work on FF6 for the Crystals for Life marathon too. But I will get back to trying to improve my PB at this game, hopefully before the end of the year. Because there are some newer strats that have been discovered since I got my 921 PB last year, mostly for Disc 3. Oh really? So there's different steals in the PAL version? FF8 is a pretty long speedrun, actually. I mean, like, an average run would probably be about 9 hours. It doesn't quite interest me as much as the other Super Nintendo and PlayStation Final Fantasies, just because of how repetitive a lot of the battles are. Because once you get triple junctions from getting and modding the Quistis card, most of the battles in the game are basically just about abusing the limit break system. Yeah, this is any percent. I mean, there aren't any other recognized categories for this game. So by attacking Black Waltz before it goes, I cancel its first turn, because if you attack it physically, it flies up into the air. Which is good, because if it did a second attack, I would probably, I mean, I would almost certainly die. This Thundara I can take because of having silk shirts, which have thunder damage. Okay, I was hoping to get the steeple path, but the winning Curus is okay too. Nice, quick kill. Whether I can kill Black Waltz with the first or second of Vivi's double fires depends on damage luck. If I don't get the quick kill, then I have to see Vivi's detrance animation, which in addition to the second fire spell, which wastes a couple seconds. Yeah, I mean, despite being because the rules for because you'll be seeing, well, you've actually already seen it, it just hasn't really been very flashy yet, but enemies in this game have monster types, and there's abilities you can equip called killer abilities, which make you do more damage to specific monster types. The most useful killer ability in the whole game is Bird Killer, just because that works on the most enemies of all of them, just because in the world of FF9, anything that has wings or hovers is considered a bird. But that kind of the reverse is true for Black Waltz number 3, because in addition to skipping his first turn, he also uses Thundara instead of Fyra, and I have resistance to thunder, but I actually have weakness to fire because of silk shirts. Yeah, apparently my bot isn't working today because of Pokemon, but a couple other people are chiming in with the first rule of video games. I'll be right back, actually. The birds have it coming, though. The only monster type that the final boss is considered is bird. Like Death Guys is a bird, a bug, and a demon, and then Transkuja is a bird and a humanoid, but Necrod is only a bird. Oh, maybe if I ever decide to apply for the sub button again, we'll get a Birds or Jerks emote. But right now I'm not interested in that. Hey, Radman. Alright, after I get to Lindblum, I'm gonna run a couple ads, just because we've got several minutes of just people talking without really anything interesting happening, so I'll hit some ads when I land in Lindblum. When you speedrun FF9, you learn to hate Lindblom, just because you have to go there 4 times during the run, and each time you go there it's just for a bunch of cutscenes and fetch quests. Yeah, if anybody wants to throw down a link to how to log into Twitch chat using an IRC client, that'd be cool. When I was watching LCC's stream yesterday, I had slightly better luck getting my messages not eaten if I logged in through IRC instead of Twitch chat. Alright, well, if anybody's having too much trouble getting your chat messages through, I guess either go to this link here to open the Mibit chat or go to this channel. Which is hash poexel-7777 on irc.speeddemosarchive.com. If the Twitch chat is working for you, then by all means stay there, though. I'll probably be watching that a little more closely than the backup chat, but I do have both up. Let's try it again. It ate the message. Okay, let's try this again. Okay, it took 3 tries for it to come through on both windows. Yeah, I mean, if there's like 50,000 people in that Twitch Plays Pokemon stream right now, I'm pretty sure that's probably what's causing all the chat issues this weekend. I guess during the next FMV I'll update the broadcast title with the chat thing too. Oh, I think the Twitch Plays Pokemon thing's a pretty neat concept of really seeing how long it takes an unlimited number of people that are either working together or against each other to finish a game, but it's kind of playing havoc with everything else too. Bonsoir, Plasma Breaker. Yeah, I noticed that yesterday too, that the Twitch Plays Pokemon channel has a sub button now too. Along with a FAQ saying that they're not ever going to actually use sub-only chat. Sadly, I don't actually even know which game they're playing just because I've never actually played any Pokemon games. When Pokemon got popular in America, I was a little above the target age range, so I never really got into it. It's only been like since like Thursday or Friday maybe. It hasn't really been that long, less than a week I think. Yeah, I can see older in target audience. I've got nothing against Pokemon. It's just never interested me. I probably really should play like one of the newer Pokemon games at some point just to try, but I don't really see it as being something I would get massively into. Which is probably for the best. Hey, Crimmy Doodle. I mean, the thing that I do find really, really amusing is that there's a lot of people that that say they don't think Pokemon is an RPG when it's I don't know, it seems like it's very, very similar to Dragon Quest from all the Pokemon gameplay I've seen, with the monster catching elements thrown in, which some Dragon Quest games have too, like especially Dragon Quest V. Oh yeah, the FF9 guide. That was pretty special. All of the content was available for free on Square's website too. Ah, Pro Guard there. Alright, I just updated the broadcast title with the link to the backup chat. So if anybody's having trouble getting your messages through Twitch chat, just hit up that link, and that's a channel on another chat server that I'm watching too. But if you can get your messages through on Twitch chat, there's a lot more people there, so I'd recommend staying there. Oops, I missed one. Hey, Voligen, good afternoon. Yeah. Yeah, I did read a kind of a critique of the Pokemon franchise once that kind of put a really dark spin on it, that you're enslaving sentient beings and making them fight each other for amusement. Oh, nice, religion. Like, what's the goal of Pokemon games anyways? Is it to win the tournament or something? Because whenever I hear people talk about Pokemon, I never hear people talk about characters or plots or anything. It's about the Pokemon themselves. Beat the rival. Oh yeah, catch 'em all is the end goal, of course. I mean, it says it right in the theme song. Hey, TJP, afternoon, sir. So it's to become the ultimate Pokemon trainer, then in some form or another, it sounds like. Alright, we got the Festival of the Hunt coming up, which I have to do a bit of, little bit of manipulation on in order to get the outcome I want, because I want Freya to win the festival, so that I can get the Coral Ring accessory, which gives you Thunder immunity along with letting you learn some useful abilities. Like, how many new Pokemon are there in each game? I know they have to introduce new ones in order to sell the games and stuff. Is it like 50 or 100 or something? Alright. Let's see if I can get this. Wait, did I just mistarget something? Ah! I'm dead. Let's see, when did I... Oh, I didn't... Okay, didn't matter when I safety saved. So yeah, if you just have Zidane Suicide in the first possible battle, that not only gives you the Coral Ring, but it also skips the rest of the festival. Yeah, RIP the Hunter's Chance theme. It's a really nice action battle theme, but that's all you get to hear of it in the speedrun. Because the only other time it's used is for the Hades optional battle, and we don't fight Hades in the speedrun. I was a little worried though that squirrel would have tranced Zidane, because Zidane gets most of his trance gauge filled during the Black Waltz and Sea Lion battle, and when it fills up, varies from run to run. A really nice place for it to fill would be during the Gizmaluke battle coming up. A couple other nice places too, but if it fills during the Squirrel battle, then it's a total waste. The limit break system called Trance is really bad in FF9 as far as being actually useful in a speedrun. There's a lot of places where getting Trance just does nothing other than waste animation time. I have actually beaten Hades a couple times with a speedrun file, but it's complete randomness whether I can win or not. Basically, his curse attack will kill me if he does it twice, and then if he doesn't, then I can win. Yeah, we do get to hear some full loops of Protecting My Devotion during the Mystodon battles at the start of Disc 3. Yeah, I always like to troll the viewers during the Festival of the Hunt. So just a reminder for anyone tuning in that if you're having trouble getting your messages through on Twitch chat, I have a backup chat channel which there's a link to in the stream title. Alright, this right here is the longest world map trek in the whole game, so odds of getting a random battle here are a bit higher than anywhere else. So I'm gonna try to be a little more conservative with my stutter stepping. Stutter stepping reduces my odds of getting into random battles. Hey, Seawolf. Hey, no encounters. It can happen anywhere though, just because the odds are lower, but they're not 0, but that's the highest chance time to get a random battle on the world map. So this is a little detour I'm taking to get some Gishal greens, which let me summon chocobos. There's 4 places where I use, including this one, which I get for free, where I use chocobos to cover some distance quickly on the map. Yeah, I should probably just make a permanent chat on the SDA IRC server and have it register, because right now I just make a separate channel each time I need one, just so that I don't get locked out of it with no way to mod it if I leave. a safety save before going in here, just because there's some pretty dangerous enemies in Gizmaluke's grotto. Seas, it depends on who wins. I mean, if Zidane wins the festival, you actually get 5,000 gil, I think, which you don't need. You want the coral ring. Kim in the net, not dying is generally means having equipment that gives you immunity to whatever kinds of elemental attacks and status effects that bosses use on you. Because if you didn't do that, then most bosses in the second half of the game would be able to wipe you. But there's enough ways to lower damage that you take to get around that. Alright, then I'm going to be switching back and forth between daggers and the ogre for this part of the game, just because the ogre is a strong weapon that can actually kill stuff quickly at this point, but because I don't actually have the flee ability completely mastered yet, and if I'm at risk of getting random battles, I want to have a dagger type weapon that lets me use flee until I finish learning it. Or until I get an accessory that teaches flee too in Burmecia. So I might get my trance on these black mages if they attack Zidane with something other than thunder, because he has the coral ring equipped, so he absorbs thunder. I'm hoping that doesn't happen, so I can use trance on Gizmaluke. Using the weight trick there to kill that mage without him getting a second attack off. I had Vivi kill himself, by the way, too, so that Zidane would get more experience and get a level up before Gizmaluke. The other thing that makes winning battles late game possible is just that the amount of damage that you can do gets to be so high that killing stuff before it attacks gets more than like 1 or 2 attacks off is very possible. Alright, nice. Unless I get into a random battle now, I should be able to do a Gizmaluke trance. I actually don't know what the stat caps are in FF9. Doing stat maxing has never really interested me that much for RPGs. Yeah, Steiner is definitely the most overpowered character in a speedrun if you set him up right. That's a toughie. There's so much good music in this game, I really wouldn't be able to pick my favorite track. There's only one ATE that's not, or that's skippable that I'm going to watch, and that's in Trino in Disc 2. Alright, I'm gonna save again here just because the next boss can go really, really badly if I get bad luck. Hey, Tankos. Good afternoon. Yeah, I haven't gotten into any battles since the Ice Cavern. There's one though. Ooh, nice. Hey, hey. Got a preemptive. Seven is not a good number for this early in the game, though. 4 or 5 by the end of the first disc would be a good number. Alright, so hopefully Zidane gets his trance pretty quickly, and then that can save quite a bit of time on this boss. Yeah, You're Not Alone is one of the highlights of the soundtrack. It's played pretty late in the game, near the end of Disc 3. No, I don't need to fight Grand Dragons in the speedrun. Hey, hey! No, hey. Wasted high potion. So that what I did there was because there's a weird, unique mechanic in this game where if you use a tent during battle, it will give a full HP MP refill, but also has a 50% chance of inflicting some status conditions too. The useful ones in this case being darkness and silence. Alright. Despite him hitting me a lot, that was actually, because of that trance, that was a really good Gizmo battle. Yeah, I know, useful trance? When does that ever happen in FF9? Alright, so other than having 7 encounters, this has been a okay Disc 1 so far. I guess the bad thing about that fight, though, is that Gizmo got to go before any of my characters could use tents. So that's why Gizmo got to use water before getting silenced. Hey, Boom Dingo. No, in a serious speedrun, you would never save, just because both saving costs time and loading would cost even more time. So in a serious run, I mean, if you die, then the run's over. No, I'm not using splits for this. There's just no point because I'm saving and I haven't practiced any of the menuing. There's no way I'm gonna get a PB. Yeah, good disc 1 time is about 2 hours and 20 minutes. This isn't gonna be below that, but it should be decently close. Maybe sub 225 at least. Yeah, beating Gizmaluke around the 2-hour mark is okay. For some reason you can't run at this point, which is why it's so painfully slow. Oh hey, 1,000 viewers. Wow, thanks everybody so much for the support. Both today and the whole time I've been streaming on Twitch TV. If you like what you're seeing, please hit the follow button too. I've also got Twitter and YouTube linked on my Twitch channel. I do more stuff on Twitter though, it's just @Poexel. I think this will make like maybe what, the 5th time that I've ever gotten 4 digits of viewers. Yeah, another way to beat Gizmaluke is with Quina if you get an ability called Limit Glove, but that's not reliable in a single segment run. I mean, getting Quina is, but learning Limit Glove quickly enough for it to save time and being able to use it is not, because you have to get Quina down to 1 hit point, and then Limit Glove will do 99.99 damage, which you can use to one-shot both Gizmaluke and Beatrix. Because when you use Phoenix Downs in this game, you get a random number of hit points between 1 and 10, so you have a 10% chance of getting 1 hit point then. Hey, potato handle. Yeah. I don't think I've gotten my break follower limit ability learned yet, though, to hit 5 digits. Probably ever. Yeah, segmented is really, really different from single segment. But there's a lot of battle strats you could use that are really heavily RNG dependent. Yeah, I walk in half steps on the world map in order to avoid random battles, because it lowers my odds of getting random battles quite a bit to do it that way. Alright, one more Black Mages battle here. Oh, I should have said break viewer limit, not follower limit. I don't ever see myself getting 5-digit viewers from any of my streams. Then again, I did hit over 5K for the Final Fantasy relay last weekend, so you never know. Oops. Held down the X button too long. Because only Zidane is capable of killing these mages. Yeah, stutter stepping only works on the world map, and I'm glad for that too, because having to walk like that the whole run would be pretty painful. I switch weapons basically because I need the Ogre equipped for Zidane to be able to one-shot the mages, and but since Zidane doesn't have the flee ability mastered yet, and I need that in order to be able to reliably run away from random battles, when I don't need to actually fight a forced battle, I switch to a dagger type weapon so that I have access to flee. And then with the Germanus boots, that actually gives me the that lets me get flee without having to have a dagger equipped, and I also get the alert command, which is really good because that prevents back attacks. Back attacks are awful in this game because it lets all the enemies attack before you get a chance to run away. In late game, there's random battles that could cause you to game over if you get back attacked. Not really a whole lot. There isn't a whole lot of detouring I need to do in this run. Bonk. Oh, ask away. I like my RPG speedruns to be really informative for someone that hasn't seen it before. So if you got questions about what I'm doing, ask away. yeah, it's kind of a what's the word? Not oxymoron. It's the opposite of what you'd think, that I use the Ogre to mash mages and the Mage Masher to run away from them when I can. Yeah, that's still true. If I lose the card tournament finals, then I go to Dagiro to get a rebirth ring, but if I win, then I get the ring from the card tournament. So is that happening anytime soon, Kari? Like after you move or something, or just when your job cools down a bit? No. Tantarian is not fought in the speedrun. It would be possible to kill it, but it would have a chance, because I looked into doing that as a donation incentive for when I ran this game for a charity marathon a year ago, but the problem with the fighting Tantarian is that if it does an attack called Paper Storm on the first turn, then you're gonna die, and it's a couple minutes after the latest save point. Yeah. Rain does know considerably more about Tetramaster than I ever cared to learn. was a little farther ahead than I was. Right here I'm ducking in and out of this room in order to reset the encounter rate. Tents I'm picking up at this point are all just to sell. Using a tent has a lengthy animation associated with it, so if I need to heal I just use potions. Oops. Ah. Yeah, I do fight books in FF5 though. No, I don't go to Trino's auction. I do go to Trino's auction house for a storyline trigger coming up at the start of Disc 2, but I don't actually participate in any auctions. I do some auctioning in Final Fantasy VI though. Especially for the 100% run that gets all of the characters and espers. I don't even really remember what you can win from the auction house in this game. I know you can get the 2 items that let you unlock an Easter egg from Final Fantasy III with Uni's, or what's her name, Elia's theme, I think. And then you can also, I think, get the... Is that where you can get the magical fingertip? I know that's the item you need in order to get the Excalibur in this game. I forget if you get that from the auction or from somewhere else. Ooh, you're a little early for Dark Messenger. That's about like 6.5 hours away, probably. This is a long run. Yeah, every time you take a step, your odds of getting a random battle increase. So like there's a few screens in the game that are long enough that it's pretty much impossible to get through without an encounter, but there's only 2 of those. Speaking of cool music, hey, Beatrix's battle theme. So for this, since I don't actually have any way of doing large amounts of damage quickly, for fighting Beatrix here, I just try to survive for 10 turns, because then the battle just automatically ends. It's 2. There's a newer strat you can actually do for this battle to skip to Beatrix's attacks, but I haven't practiced it, so I'm not gonna try it. It's where you basically, once she's done 8 attacks, you actually have Zidane and Vivi kill themselves, and then Freya jump, and that'll skip her last 2 attacks. No, it's not scripted. You can lose, and what she does is random. If all your characters die, you do game over. I was trying to steal a chain plate armor off of her, because that saves me a little bit of money in Disc 2, but I didn't get it. Alright, so about a 224 disc 1 time. Sub 225 is okay, but around 220 would be really good. But 8 encounters is a bit high though for like a good run. There's a few minor detours I take, but nothing really too substantial. I mean, it's mostly just like going to item shops and stuff that I don't actually have to go to in order to progress the story. Biggest detour, hopefully I won't have to do. Because that involves going to Daguerreau in Disc 3 to get to synthesize a rebirth ring, but I only do that if I lose the finals of the card tournament. Getting that Gizmaluke trance definitely helped to salvage a run that had 8 encounters though, because it probably would have been like a minute or so higher without that trance. Yeah, I think this game has aged amazingly for PlayStation 1. The only things I'd really change about this game, well, the only thing I should say is make the battle system faster paced, like make the ATB bars fill faster, and I mean the running away not working thing doesn't really matter that much in casual play, as annoying as it is in the speedrun. So I would just say make the ATB bars fill faster, because I'm playing on the fastest battle speed, and yet it's still pretty slow compared to all the other Final Fantasies that use the ATB system. Yeah, if they make a PC version of FF9, I'd definitely consider switching to it just because of faster loading times. Because they've done 7 and 8 already. If anybody's tuning in, if you're having trouble getting your messages through on Twitch chat, I've got a backup chat channel in the stream title on a different server. Apparently the Twitch Plays Pokemon thing is wrecking Twitch chat today, like it did yesterday. Yeah, that is one reason why I'm not. I have no idea if they'd do a PC version of FF9, just because there wasn't one made before. I mean, I'm sure for the Steam PC FF7 and 8 ports, they just based it off of the original ports they did in the 90s. Whereas for 9, they'd have to directly port the PlayStation code to PC, which I have no clue whatsoever how easy or difficult that is to do. Running it's still I actually don't. It's still faster to use flee to run away from preemptives. It's just nice because Zidane's turn will come up immediately in a preemptive. Because from looking at the formula for how fleeing works in this game, I mean the fact that your level affects your flee success rate is kind of what makes it so useless in the speedrun because of you being underleveled. There's a couple cutscenes where my my fingers get a little tired from mashing, but they're spread out enough. I learned to pace my mashing too, just because there's only specific places where mashing as hard as I can actually saves time. Because there's a lot of cutscenes where you have to wait for like animations of characters walking around and shaking their arms and stuff like that to finish before the next text box comes up. So I've done enough runs where I can kind of learn to pace myself like that. Hey, Pink Floyd. I wouldn't say it's a consistent basis, but it seems to be happening kind of a lot when I'm doing really long runs now. Like the last time I did a 100% Final Fantasy VI run, I got over 1,000 viewers, and I did for the Final Fantasy Relay last weekend, which was a lot of fun. Definitely planning to have another one of those later this year, probably in August or September. Yeah, somebody in Twitch chat was talking about the ATB ROM hack for FF9 too. So like, I was talking earlier, like right at the beginning of the run, about how getting 100 nobles and getting 10,000 gil doesn't really save quite as much money as it should. Like that chest I just picked up right there, I could skip if I got 100 nobles, but there aren't really a whole lot of other guild chests or piles I'd actually be able to skip. I am partnered. I just don't have sub button because I haven't asked for it. I mean, I asked for it twice and got turned down, and I haven't asked for it again recently, and it's just not important to me. I just kind of view it as more of a status symbol than anything else. I've got kind of mixed feelings about asking people to pay me money for streaming too. So right now, if people want to support me, other than just by watching my stream and participating in chat, you can whitelist me on any ad blocking software you use too, just because I run commercials every couple hours that I get a small amount of ad revenue for. But whatever you choose to do, I'm just happy that you're watching and supporting me. Alright. Right there, that's the most dangerous part of the whole game for world maps that are stepping to, because you don't have Zidane at this point. So if you get into a random battle, the odds of dying are actually pretty high, because you have to hope that you can run away normally before you die. Alright, so right here is the only optional ATE cutscene that I watch, just because it lets me basically buy a power belt for 500 gil. Power belt's an accessory that lets me learn the MP attack ability, which is really, really good. It's not really that useful in a casual play just because it makes you burn through your MP really fast, but if you're not actually fighting random battles and just fighting bosses, it's really, really good because it lets you use MP to increase your attack power. Oh, this evil, evil, evil place we'll be coming back to in a couple hours for a card tournament. Well, the thing about FF9 speedrunning is that, oops, oh, it's over here. There isn't really a whole lot of really difficult execution, because like in FF7 and 8, there's some random encounter manipulation you can do that requires walking in special patterns, and then 7 also has glitches you can use to skip cutscenes and some other stuff, but 9 doesn't really have any of that. 9, the execution is basically just about learning how to do the menus quickly. That's the biggest thing. Oops, this is so intense. Kind of an encouraging thing too is that because of just the high amount of randomness in FF9, it's a game where pretty much anybody could get the record on it if they get lucky enough. Hey Joka, good evening. Sadly, we only get to hear about like 5 seconds of this track here. But we'll get to hear more of it when we get to the Aoife tree in Disc 2. Well, we are on Disc 2 now. When we get to the end of Disc 2, we get to hear that track for more than 5 seconds. all of the Final Fantasies that I speedrun are my favorite. They're all fun for different reasons to me. Hey, Gundam Easy. If I ever do an FF10 challenge, it won't be a speedrun. It would be some other kind of, like a no sphere grid challenge or something like that. Well, MTI, what I more meant by that is it kind of makes the game more accessible to people, is that you don't have to spend a massive amount of time practicing stuff like doing step count manipulation, like in 7 and 8, or doing the paralysis dodge glitches and that sort of thing. I mean, you need to learn the menuing and learn how to do the battles and how to minimize your steps as best as you can. But beyond that, it's mostly just up to luck, how good of a time you can get. I mean, getting under 9.5 hours on the if you're playing on a PS2 with fast disk speed, I think is pretty. You can do pretty reliably, unless you get so just really, really awful luck. But getting under 9 hours is really hard. Yeah, figuring out what all of the like different kinds of challenge runs for Final Fantasy games are gets kind of interesting when they're like almost when they get to be almost 20 characters long. I mean, the letter N pretty much always means no something. Like NSG is no sphere grid, NS is maybe no summons, NC I don't know what that means. NO NE no NE is probably no encounter none, or I'm kind of lost after that point. Yeah, it is a fun run. I mean, if you're trying to get under 9 hours, it's frustrating just because there's so much that can happen outside of your control that prevents that. But if you're doing what I'm doing today, which is just having fun with the game and having fun both just playing it and having to think quickly to decide what to do based on the randomness, it's a really fun game to speedrun. So speaking of having to adapt, the strat I use for the next boss varies a bit depending on if I get into any battles in this place. Because I don't have Zidane, so I can't run away, so if I get into an encounter I do fight. And that will level up my characters a bit and make the boss a little bit easier. But it's not easy. It makes it easier, but it doesn't make it faster, really. So it is faster to not get battles. Hey, Murph. I am a deviant, actually having fun. All right, so no encounter Gargant Brew. That means my levels are going to be a little low for Relvurova. Yeah, having an English tutorial for this game would be kind of nice to direct people to that ask. I've never really had time or motivation to do tutorials or guides or anything for any of the games I run, but if people have questions, feel free to ask. Yeah, no command materia is what NC means for FF7. Oh yeah, I mean I know how to fight this with lower levels. It just means I have to be it just means I have to be a little more conservative with my healing. Just because Dagger and Marcus can get one shot by Relvurova. If it does this on Steiner, that's pretty much the worst possible thing that can happen, because that string command inflicts the slow status. Oh, that miss there was just luck, but later in the game I get an ability called Distract, which increases your physical evasion by quite a bit. I should be able to kill him now before we can do anything else. Oh, especially if I get a crit. Alright, so this boss doesn't actually die, but it runs away on its next turn after you've done enough damage. anybody's having trouble getting your messages through on Twitch chat, I have a backup chat channel going on another server that's in the stream title today. Welcome, Optifix. So, what I kind of like about Disc 2 in FF9 is that it's kind of like FF4 in that the game is changing your party every now and then without you having any real choice in the matter, which forces you to change your battle strats pretty considerably. Because for the next stretch, I just have Zidane, Vivi, and Freya. So, aka no Steiner and no Dagger, so I don't have any physical powerhouse or any white mage. Hey, Elmagus. Welcome to the stable chat. Yeah, I heard Abda died to a bad random battle in his FF4 run today. Hopefully yours fared better. That sucks. Were you gonna get a new PB, or was it just a run you were finishing? Well, Final Fantasy is the series is the main thing that I stream, so I usually try to stream about twice a week, and it's generally some kind of Final Fantasy. If you mean like a longer run like this, I try to do that like once or twice a month. Usually it's because it's not really super common for me to have enough time to do a 10-hour stream like this, but I also do the Super Nintendo Final Fantasy 2, which is about half the length. My favorite Final Fantasy is in my FAQ on my Twitch channel. Oh, you were doing single segment instead of RTA? AKA no missed clip. Okay, I do want to kill at least one thing in Clayra's trunk before I leave to get some AP. Mostly for Freya to learn Bird Killer. Now that I have the ice staff, I can kill pretty much anything here with Blizzara. Well, unless that happens. Yeah, I have crib notes that I use for the menuing, just because there's no way I could ever memorize all the menuing in this game and be able to do it during a full run. It's been quite a. It's been quite a while since I've done Parasite Eve. I usually kind of do that on special occasions. So like maybe every couple months I do Parasite Eve. Alright. Not a very good Clara's trunk. I do like to get one battle to get some AP for Freya, but more than that is not good. Alright, later MTA. New game 10.2 looks kind of fun too, just because it's, I mean, it's a lot like FF5 then, only with being able to change jobs during battles. Also, this is bad. I should only be. It's only really impossible to get out to not fall into the last sand pit, but I hit all three of them. Hey, Striker. Afternoon. Apparently the international version of 10.2 has some really interesting speedrun strats you can do too because of being able to catch monsters. There's no commonly agreed 200% definition for FF9. I would guess probably the closest. I mean, there is something called the Excalibur 2 Perfect Game Challenge. I would maybe the closest equivalent to 100% run would be the fastest that somebody's actually done the Excalibur 2 challenge, but who knows? Alright, oh, thank you, Kim. Appreciate it. Yeah, I do tweet about speedruns I'm working on along with stream plans and when I go live and that sort of thing. If anyone's so inclined, it's @Poexel. Spelled the same way as the as my stream channel. So ordinarily Phoenix Pinions are you can equip with Ico to learn the Phoenix Summon, but I get them in the run to sell because you can sell them for 1,000 gil each, which is pretty nice. Uh-oh, Everhate's here. That means that I'm probably not gonna get lucky 7s on the not so jolly green giant. Hey, Mr. Fribble, thank you. Trollolololol. Dead now, though. This is not a good sandline battle. We killed VV too many times. Yeah, the next Crystals for Life marathon is last week of April, basically. I'm going to be playing Final Fantasy VI glitchless and Illusion of Gaia for it. Hey, Desi. If anybody's wondering where Final Fantasy VI is too, I'll be getting back to streaming that more regularly in March. I've been busy most of this month between practicing Final Fantasy V for the relay last weekend, and then this for this viewer special. But and then the last week of February, I'm going to be out of town and unable to stream. But then when I get back, I'll be working on 6 again. Yeah, I think Everhate can be pretty safely blamed for that antlion battle. Yes, Freya Crescent is the lady of the dance. I don't actually know Fancy Lord. There's some notes posted on the FF8 thread and SDA forum. I know they're a bit outdated, but I think that would be good for getting started with the game at least. Oh, I'm gonna be taking a quick break once I get out of Alexandria Castle in like, I don't know, like an hour or so. That's usually when I take a break. Glad to hear, Uber Donut. If you have to work on a Sunday, I guess the least your employer can do is let you watch streams. There isn't really much of a good like knowledge base or repository for RPG speedruns. That's mostly just because the routes change so much that there aren't very many people that are motivated to actually write stuff down in a way that would be useful for somebody that doesn't already know the game. Oh, probably should have mentioned earlier in the run too, the reason why I can mash text so quickly in this game is actually because I can use two different buttons to mash text, the X and square buttons, so if I do those, it lets me go through text almost like I was using a turbo controller. I do have to pace myself to keep my hands from getting tired though, but my mashing kind of varies in intensity depending on when I'm, like when there's lengthy conversations or not. Yeah, I did a co-op run, or I should say a relay run of this with Spike Vegeta at AGDQ last year, which was tons and tons of fun. That was probably my favorite marathon run I've done so far. Yeah, Fancy Lord. That's how I learned pretty much all of my RPG speedruns, is just from watching other runs and taking notes on what they do and then trying it out for myself to see if I like those strats or not. Well, I would be perfectly happy with either one of them. I think 6 might have a little bit of a leg up just because it's both shorter and has more donation incentive potential, because there's more characters that can be named, and there's the 100% run category too, which is only about an hour longer than any percent. 100% raised a lot of money at AGDQ for Chrono Trigger. Yeah, I can't emphasize enough how important just kind of playing and testing stuff out for yourself is too. I mean, it's fine to use another person's route as your starting point, but if all you're doing is just taking notes on what happens in their videos, that's not really going to teach you like what can go wrong or why they do what they do. That you need to get from playing yourself. Oh, cool, Striker. 7 would be a great run too, though, just because it's changed so much since I ran it in 2012 at AGDQ. That was before there was any kind of step count manipulation, and like before the Midgar skip and stuff like that was known. Well, how would you define 100% FF7 though? That's a thing though. None of the PlayStation Final Fantasies have very easy 100% definitions. Even the 100% definition for 6 isn't like really 100%, because you don't actually have to. If there's 3 bosses, you don't have to fight to get all characters and all Magicite. Yeah, Chrono Trigger's on my short list for new games to learn to speedrun too. The next two, I mean, I've already started taking notes for Final Fantasy IV, and then I also want to learn Soul Blazer. Chrono Trigger might be after that, though, for new games. Hey, Debo. Oh, cool, potato handle. That was awesome to hear. Essentia's FF6 speedrun from the Classic Games Done Quick Marathon in 2010 was a big source of inspiration for me, along with just lurking on the forum and watching streams when those started to take off in like late 2009 or so. Hey, Draconic Impulse, thank you. So Freya's a bit stronger than Zidane is with the Partisan Spear that I picked up, so unless Vivi has awful ATB and Zidane has good ATB, I have Vivi attack to soften the soldiers up so that Zidane can kill them. Because like you saw with the first battle, if I get an Alexandrian soldier into critical without killing her, then she runs away and I don't get any experience or gil. Wow, perfect battle, unless I miss, which I didn't. I was kind of surprised neither of the soldiers attacked, how mad my ATB was. I approve of any kind of Final Fantasy challenge run because it means somebody's playing Final Fantasy and in a non-conventional way. Hey, Kara. Yeah, you do still get their AP if they run away, but you miss out on experience, gil, and money. That's also true. That's actually true in Final Fantasy V too. If you there's these wolf enemies you can run into in Karnak Castle that do nothing other than run away, and even if they run away, you still get 2 AP from them. Oh god, yes. A level 1 challenge of this game, this is one of the worst parts of the whole game, just because most bosses in this game don't give you any experience, but these battles here do. And in order to actually be able to get out of these without gaining experience, you have to either petrify or stop enemies. And that requires a lot of resets because of how many of these battles you have to fight back to back without any saves. Ooh, okay, Mage is almost certainly gonna get to go. Yeah, a friend of mine tried to do a level 1 challenge of this on console a couple years ago, and he made it to the Aoife tree before he burnt out, just because getting through the Aoife tree without gaining levels is really, really hard. Because you have to let yourself get zombied in order to prevent from gaining experience there. So for all these battles here, I basically just hope that I get good enough ATB that I can kill some soldiers or mages before they attack. Hey Sonic, good afternoon, sir. It's going okay so far for being a kind of rusty, no resets run. I got a first try Mage Masher Steel and a Gizmalook Trance. Which are both pretty lucky. My random encounter count isn't really that hot for this point. Got a lot of Evil Forest encounters and Clara's Trunk encounters. The black mages are target number 1 because the worst possible thing that they could do is to cast Osmos on Vivi, which would give me less MP for Beatrix. Oh, you think that's good? Well, I had a pretty good Burmecia and Grotto, because I did get an encounter in the Grotto, but it was preemptive. No world map battles yet either. If I was really lucky, I could make it through all the battles. Well, actually, I almost made it through all the battles without healing, but since I need to heal before Beatrix anyway, it isn't really that big of a time loss to do it sometime in the middle. Well, no need to apologize. I mean, if you're playing the game normally, you should do everything. I mean, when I play RPGs that I'm not speedrunning, I usually do pretty much everything I can. No, this is not going to be record. This isn't going to be PB either, just because I'm saving, and saving costs a lot of time. I don't know if anyone's actually counted the number of fixed battles in FF9, but I honestly, I have no idea. Maybe roughly 100 or a little less, I don't know. Probably less than that actually, because I know Cart 7 has counted the number of required battles in FF7, and it's like somewhere in the 60s or 70s. Yeah, as far as force battles that aren't bosses, that's mostly around this part, like Mr. Zwanzig said. Yeah, and then there's the Mistodons too, in end of Disc 2, start of Disc 3. Alright, later, Slice. Thanks for watching. Alright, so unlike the first encounter with Beatrix for this one, because I now have better weapons and I have Blizzara, I can actually beat her without having to wait for 10 turns. Because she does have an HP value, and when you drain it, she does her final attack immediately. It's just to have more cards for the card tournament, because they're right there. So just more shots at getting good cards for the card tournament. I could be doing this a little riskier too and try to hope that I can finish her off before she attacks me again, because she's going to cure on the next turn. But since this wouldn't be much of a follower special if I died, I'm for the most part going to pass on the riskier but faster strats that I could be doing for a lot of bosses. Not really a lot, but a couple. So yeah, I didn't actually need to revive Vivi. Well, actually no, I think I had Blizzard there, so forget what I just said. There's a few places where I can try to where there's some bosses with good stuff to steal. I'm actually past most of those points already, though. Like in the first encounter with Beatrix, I was trying to steal a chain plate, but I didn't get it. The only required steal in the whole run is the Mage Masher, though, and that's in the very first battle. There's a couple others that are nice to haves, but you don't explicitly need any of them to continue the run. Yeah, stealing is wrong because of how low the odds of getting good steals are in a lot of cases. Yeah. I don't know if I've ever actually gotten the Orichalcon steal in a run. I don't think I have. I've gotten Heat several times, but I don't think I've ever actually gotten Orichalcon steal from Taharka. I don't even really know what I'd do with the extra money I'd have from getting the Orichalcon steal. Yeah, summons are useless because of how long the animations take, and because you don't actually use Dagger or Ico really much unless you have to. There's one strategy for the Desert Palace that uses summons in order to try to run away from random battles, but I'm not going to be using that in this run just because I haven't practiced it. Hey, all bodies. Yeah, the record according to the Nico leaderboard is 927, but what I don't remember what the I think it's 924 or something is the is Rushiru's actual record that he got off stream. I just think of it as 8:52 SDA timing. I shouldn't even say SDA timing too, because that starts when you after the intro, so I guess it'd be 8:52 English Final Fantasy speedrun community timing. I'm gonna save before this next part just because there's a slight chance I could die. Rosentia, afternoon, sir. Ooh. Thesis is serious business. I'm sure I could have made that in one less pass if I practiced this more. Alright, see if I can skip either of these guards. Got one at least, although I might get the second one if I if I'm, well, the second one's far enough away I should be able to avoid it while the screen, not have it catch me while the screen's loading. Alright, barely made it. I was tilting the wrong direction, so I lost a few steps running into the railing, but made it with only one guard, which is better than my PB. In my PB, both guards caught me. Generally no. There's a couple, I mean, at the very start of the run, I do need to kill some random enemies to get Zidane to level 4 before I get to Black Waltz and Sea Lion, but, and then there's other places where I need to kill, just where I can kill enemies fast enough that it's worth it, like the Aoife tree especially, but beyond that, I just basically run from everything. So right here, I'm ducking in and out of this room here to reset those guards. And if I just went straight for the stairs, there'd be a bit of a chance that the guards would catch me. Yeah, and the route I'm using, I have to forearm a whale zombie battle too, but that's no longer part of the latest strats for this game. I just haven't taken the time to practice or to do rerouting to make that work for me yet. Because if I tried it just completely cold, I'd run a bit of a risk of not getting enough EP for abilities I need in order to finish the game. Yeah, I know, Nitrodon. Like FF6 has a little bit of grinding. Most of the grinding in FF6 is like that, but there's a few times where you have to force battles in order to learn some spells near the end. At least for the glitched category. Wonder Twin Powers, go! Attack the blue twin there to prevent them from using their little meteor power on me. I'm glad Steiner got to go before they did, because of Freya missing. mean, do you actually need to win battles in the FF10 speedrun to get sphere levels these days, or steal stuff? Because I know a lot of the stealing has been phased out of the route. I've never actually looked up what actually happens if you run out of time during this part too, if you just game over or if you have to start it over. I would guess you probably game over. Like, I also didn't know before the Final Fantasy Relay last weekend that if you die to the rats in the Opera House, that just counts as failing the opera sequence instead of actually counting as game overing to a bell. Okay, coming up here, we've got the final battle with Beatrix, which is even easier than the last one because of having 4 characters, and you have Steiner. The only thing that she can really do that would actually slow me down is to kill Steiner with shock. Interesting. Oh, so the rats, so any rats that you don't fight stay around in the Japanese version if you go back to the Opera House? Hey, Railcoon. Dead. She didn't actually kill anybody. Alright, good Beatrix 3. All 3 of my Beatrix battles were decent in this run, because she didn't use shock very many times in the first battle, but she only did it once in the second one. So what happens if you go there in the World of Ruin and then lose to rats? Does it actually send you all the way back to the opera sequence? I think there's a couple, I know there's like, I think 2 different versions of the ROM for the English version. Right, hello, stately Empty Eye Manor. Well, I think as long as that Twitch Plays Pokemon thing has like tens of thousands of viewers in it, the chat is going to be kind of unreliable. So if anybody's having trouble getting your messages through on the Twitch chat, I have a backup chat set up in my. There's a link to it in the stream title. Okay, that sounds interesting. Rusty is using an ice brand, although he also has MP attack and beast killer, which makes him do tons of damage to these Bandersnatches. I think he has beast killer, I don't even remember. Puppies! That's what I call the Bandersnatches. Fluffy would work too, or did I just call them puppies? I used to think this was the only place in the whole game where you fought Type C black mages, but I now know that you can actually run into them as a random battle in the in the basement of this castle. Yeah, yeah. Beatrix had a version of Klim Hazard that did actually did more damage than I have HP. Things would have turned out pretty differently. Wow, I got to go before either of them went. That is good luck. Hey, Ragnarok Rising. Put Beatrix to sleep. Thank you. This is the most dangerous of all of the Alexandria Castle battles just because Beatrix can't equip abilities, so there's no way for you to make her immune to sleep. And she's the only person that can actually kill those quickly. Good time for a really good time for a speedrun in this game would be 9 hours. Under 9.5 is pretty good too. Getting 9 or lower would require really good luck. I forgot Steiner can't one-shot these without MP attack. Safety. This next boss shouldn't actually ever attack me, but if I get really bad ATB luck, it might actually get an attack off. Was it that close? I thought that Chrono Cross was like 99 or so, and then this was 2000. Probably wrong though. Yeah, Super Nintendo and PlayStation 1 was kind of the golden age of Square for RPGs. Hey, nice. Saves me some money in my next shopping spree. I use focus with VV just because I don't have anything better to do, and that during that turn it guarantees that I can kill it before it can attack me again. 95 sounds more like Chrono Trigger, Chrono Cross. Now we're debating when Chrono Cross was released. that little shot right there, I always think of as kind of a shout out to the Mode 7 minecart sequence in FF6, because I mean this game is filled with all kinds of in-jokes and references to FF1 through 8. So I kind of feel sorry for people for whom this was their first Final Fantasy games, because all of the little in-jokes would go over your head then. Yeah, Railkun speedruns Chrono Cross and is going to be doing so for the Crystals for Life marathon in the last week of April. Oh, ooh, Boolajin, shots fired. Now, Molotov doesn't stream just because he lives in an area where he can't get good enough internet to stream. He's a cool guy, though. I've met him a couple times at Games Done Quick marathons. Yeah, like what Railkun said. If you look at the Japanese leaderboards for the Chrono series, there's probably 3 or 4 times as many runs posted for Chrono Cross as for Chrono Trigger, which is the opposite as for the English RPG speedrun community. yeah, typing Kappa in the stable backup chat is a little weird. Oh really? I think they'd be using, because I mean like the Japanese Final Fantasy community is super current on strats, at least for glitchless runs. I wonder how much of that is just due to the fact that streaming on Nico Live is surprised I didn't get an encounter on that screen, is a lot more, I mean resetting is a much bigger deal. Alright, no Pinnacle Rocks encounters. Alright, as soon as I'm done with these text boxes I'm gonna take a quick break, so BRB. Remind me again what LCS is. Is that League of Legends, or is that StarCraft, or some kind of RTS tournament? Yeah. Blame Willy Wonka. League Championship Series, that makes sense. Alright, so I want to avoid getting too close to those people in front of the little plaza there, because it triggers some dialogue if I get too close. Yeah, I mean, if I was doing serious attempts like at this game, if it wasn't going too hot after a couple hours, I would just quit, basically, because I only I only really give myself like about an hour or so to get a run going, and if it takes longer than that, I'll either just I'll probably switch games or something, just because. The more, the more resets, the longer it's going to be, just because this is about, including ending, this is 9.5 to 10 hours, so, the, run where I sold the diamond gloves in Pandemonium was one where I did, like, 2+ hours of resets. Hey, Super. I'm not sure to pronounce the rest of that. This is one of the more mashy cutscenes here, just because there's a lot of text that without having character animations in between. Yeah. I usually accept it if I finish the masked man battle before 4 minutes. This run's going decent for being a no resets run without me having practiced the menuing. I haven't made any real mistakes yet. Give me time, I'll get there though. Okay, since it's been a while, when I get to the cutscenes with Quina and Quail, I'm gonna run some ads. more stutter stepping goodness here. If anyone missed the earlier explanation, I'm doing that to reduce random encounters. It only works on the world map, though. Alright, since we got some cutscenes here, so I'm just gonna run some ads. I'll be back in 2 minutes. And we're back. Pretty much just in time, too. Okay, yeah, it is okay to have Adam invest here. Oops. Forgot that that's actually considered going up and right. Yeah, you can run from most bosses in Chrono Cross. There's a couple where, well, I think you can actually run away from everything. There's a couple where if you run away, you just immediately get forced back into it. But there's others where if you can actually access the menu if you run away. Oh, yeah, yeah. I forgot that you can use the healing command after running away in Chrono Cross. I wouldn't say she's the only one. Like, there's a couple early game battles where enemies won't attack certain characters. Like Steiner, when you have to fight him, will never attack Garnet. Same for Black Waltz #2. As far as a preference to attack, I'm kind of having a hard time thinking of anyone other than Lonnie, though. Hey, Fummy, thank you. Why they have unique music for just that part of Fossil Rue and then go back to the same music as Gargant Rue is what I don't really understand. Last step encounter. The Earth Guardian seems like it avoids using magic on characters that have Reflect, because my setup for that, Quina has Reflect, and pretty much almost never actually gets spells cast. Quina. Yeah, Kate Sith won Dying is probably the least tragic character death in any Final Fantasy. Alright, later, Railcoon. My favorite Final Fantasy game is in my stream FAQ. The part of Memoria where I usually get the most random encounters is the World's Fusion area. After Tiamat, that's probably the longest area in all of Memoria. Alright, good night, Lupus, thanks for watching. Oh, it's kind of humbling, really, that there's that many people that want to watch me play video games. Oh, which area other than Memoria? Aoife Tree. The most random encounters, generally. Playing video games is fun. I highly recommend it. Get too close to that statue because it will knock me off. This time I want to do it intentionally to get down faster though after I flip the switch. It's like a 4 encounter fossil Rue, pretty average. It's been quite a while since Poxnor did Final Fantasy VIII, maybe like 2011 or so. My first Final Fantasy was Final Fantasy. Because I am a hipster. The NES version, too. When that outer continent marquee text is up on the screen, the game doesn't check for random battles, so I can just move normally for a few seconds, which is nice, because otherwise this would probably be a longer trek than the Chocobo Forest one. Hey, hit me. Welcome. I actually don't know no redeeming. I know my end of Disc 2 split and my PB was 5 hours and 15 minutes, so we'll see when I get there. My Disc 1 split was about 4 minutes behind PB. Odds of me getting a PB on this run are basically 0, just because I'm doing safety saves. But it wouldn't really be much of a viewer's appreciation special if I died. Yeah, RinMT only seems to be playing Final Fantasy XIV now instead of speedrunning or streaming or what have you, but as long as she's having fun, that's good. I don't think I've seen her around here for quite a while either, even though she's perpetually logged into my chat through IRC. Rally-ho! Also not better known as Lally-ho, as I have always called it. Silly English translations. If there's anyone, I mean, anyone that doesn't know, there's no letter L in the Japanese alphabet that's used for writing words that are from English or other languages. The letter R doubles for both. That's why it's called English. There's no V either, so the letter B gets used for both. Hey, Seraph, rally-ho. I try to park the Chocobo like a step or two away from where I need to go just to make getting back on when I leave easier. Alright, so this is one of the areas in the game where it's pretty much flat out impossible to get through with no encounters, because every time I wrap around the screen like this, it doesn't actually reset my my threat value. So just getting out of this place with one encounter is like getting none in pretty much any other map in the game. Wow, I forgot about this attack. He doesn't use it very often. Yeah, oh yeah, it's possible. It's just it's pretty much impossible for single segment though. Kind of like limit glove strats. Alright, one encounter Black Mage Forest is definitely a hey-hey. goal for end of disc 2, by the way, is having like somewhere between like under 30 is a decent number. Maybe like closer to 25 to 27 would be good too, or even better. Alright, so because I got the Atom Invest steal from Relvu Imago, I can skip buying one here. I wonder when B Zeromus is going to start working on his run again, just because I know he was planning to take breaks periodically, but it seems like it's been quite a while since he last streamed or posted updates on his segmented run. Hey, Kirby Mazda. Yeah, oh, I bet it is. I've only done one segmented run, and it was Parasite Eve, which is only about a 3-hour run in real time. I could never see myself wanting to do a segmented run of a game like this. Yeah, I know B0 was doing single segment for a while too, but he's just kind of disappeared completely. Speedrunners do that, though, if they depending on their life situation and what they want to spend their free time doing. Yeah, I think it only took me about a month to 6 weeks to do my PE segmented run. I mean, I'm sure if I was less tolerant of mistakes, that would have taken longer. Or if I went for more RNG manipulation than I did. Hey, Matthias, welcome. Or welcome back, I guess. Thanks to streaming, though, segmented runs are pretty much a dying art. At least for console games. PC games, I still get plenty of submissions to SDA of segmented PC games, but I think because of streaming, single segment and RTA is what people are a lot more interested in, just because they make for more entertaining viewing. Yeah, oh yeah, I mean I could cut a couple minutes off of my PE run, but I don't really ever see myself doing that. I don't really see myself trying to do RTAs of it either, just because Dreambaum is already working on that. I do want to submit a New Game Plus run though, because that's short enough that I can realistically fully optimize it. The reason why I didn't do this earlier in the visit to Black Mage Village is because before you're done with all the cutscenes, in order to actually use the synthesis shop, you have to have a short cutscene with Dagger. Oh, is the Jose temple skip actually proven to be possible I think I remember you and Uzuru were talking at one point about it was a theoretical skip, but no one had actually proven if it was possible or not. Oh, that was the Makalani. Okay, so what's the Jose Temple skip then? Because I guess I don't know what that is. I know the Makalania Woods one, I think, was where you had to rely on an NPC, I think, to push you through a event trigger or something like that. Yeah, whenever people ask me for advice on picking games to speedrun, I always just say games you enjoy playing and see yourself still enjoying playing after a lot of playtime, and games with good soundtracks. I'm going to be listening to a lot of the soundtrack in speedrun attempts. This is disc 2. Ah, so it sounds kind of like an FF7 paralysis dodge then, only with an RNG element to it, with the NPC movement. Yeah, that sounds really nasty. Because none of the currently known paralysis dodges in FF7 have any kind of randomness to them. Some of them have really, really tight execution, but you could theoretically do all of them every time if you're good enough at doing frame-perfect tricks. No, I would not consider running Xenogears. I've never played Xenogears, and I know that the speedrun is like 17 hours long because there's so much text. No thanks. 9 to 10 is pretty much my hard limit for a speedrun. Oops, I keep forgetting that screen is there and think I'm on this one next after Ico. Oh yeah, Cadmoni. I know there's a Japanese runner that does Xenogears too. I think he does the English version of Xenogears too, in addition to the Japanese one for some reason. I like how when the camera pans across like that, you can kind of see that the Ochu's mouth is completely flat. There's no depth to it at all. Oh god, that sounds awful, Dragon Dark. Oh yeah, speaking of text too, I was in Happy Squid's stream the other day, and yeah, he told me that text speed in Lufia 2 is not only is there the difference with Japanese text taking less characters, but that it also draws out twice as fast as in the English version. So that definitely explains why, like, the average runtime for an Estpolis 2 run is like 20 to 25 minutes faster than a Lufia 2 run. Somebody hasn't been eating their vegetables. I blame Everhate for that. Well, best of luck. You are very brave. That Lucky 7's attack can either do 777, 777, or 7,777. I was hoping the game would give me a Lucky 7's in honor of this being my Lucky 7 Twitch follower special, but not whenever hate is involved. No, I'm not interested in FF1 currently. 4 through 9 is where it's at for me. So I cast Reflect on him to make it so he can't heal himself, but the Drain spell actually ignores Reflect in this game. If I'd have attacked instead of used Lucky 7's, that Drain spell probably would have killed him, and if you kill him with the Drain spell, it actually cancels his death animation, which saves a little bit of time. I don't know. I haven't watched all of the current record to see if it does Lucky 7's or not. I mean, if you're going to use the Reflect and Drain strat, it doesn't really seem worth it, because you'd lose a full turn from trying and failing Lucky 7's. And do life. Okay, so Rushiru does do Lucky 7's. I'll decide when I reroute if I want to go for it or not. Because if you try, like I said, if you try and fail, then that removes a lot of the benefit of doing the Reflect and Drain combo. Yeah, I think the only Japanese runner I've seen do Reflect is Garnet 2525. And it's he that gave the English community the idea to do it in the first place. And Jailus, there's enough forced battles that give you experience that you can make it work. With the right equipment and abilities, you can get by being underleveled too. Because a lot of the endgame bosses, you can make yourself resistant or immune to their attacks with the right setup. And you can kill them quickly enough that they don't really get many attacks off on you. Yeah, I mean, you can avoid the Kiraga phase by just kind of timing your attacks right so that you kind of hit it, you wait for him to attack, and then are able to finish him off before you can do Kiraga, but I'm more a fan of the Reflect strat, just because that's guaranteed. Whereas the AI trigger one is, I think, is a little subject to your damage rolls. Yes, the only thing that's different about the PSN version is that the loading times are a bit higher because well, I should say if you're playing on a PS3, the loading times are a bit higher. If you're playing on a PSP, they'll be a bit lower, I believe, because the PSP has a fast load option, kind of like the PS2's fastest speed. There aren't enough people that do serious runs of Final Fantasy on PSP for it to really be known if it's faster or not, though. Yeah, if you're interested in Final Fantasy 1, you should watch Feasel. He runs the NES version with a lot of RNG manipulation tech, which is pretty cool. But yeah, for Final Fantasy speedrunning, it's 4 through 9 that I'm interested in, and I don't know how serious I'll get with 8, because 8 of the 6, 8's the one that interests me the least. Four is next for me. I've started taking notes for 4, but I don't know when I'm actually going to be ready to start doing runs. Yeah, lol at FF2 single segment. If you look at the Japanese Final Fantasy leaderboard, there's only, as of the last time I checked it, there was only one entry on it for the Famicom version of Final Fantasy 2. And there were a couple more for the GBA version. Well, haven't you only considered that as punishment for failing at FF10 attempts? Yeah, Final Fantasy 2 and Final Fantasy Tactics are RPGs that are not meant to be single-segmented. Uh-oh, Fat Scout is here. Well, Being a still somewhat rusty, no resets run, I think it's going pretty good actually. RNG has been decent so far, and I haven't made any mistakes other than just my menuing being pretty slow because of not being practiced. I'm not going to get a PB, but if I can get around I don't know, somewhere between 9.5 hours and 9:45, I'll be pretty happy. We'll see when I get to the end of this disc though, because my PB, my disc 2 end time I know is 5:15. Yeah, the Peninsula of Power is in FF1. I don't think Feasel actually uses it in his route. I think he does pretty much all of his grinding in the volcano. Yeah, I have no clue what your leveling route would be like to try to do an RTA of FF2. I mean, I'm sure it would vary considerably depending on which version of the game you're playing, because they're all pretty different. And and also the select cancel trick doesn't work in every version of the game. Only weapon and magic levels? Okay, so you don't ever need hit points or magic points. I guess you'd get the magic points as part of leveling magic. Yeah, there's also, I think also the fact that you can kill lot bosses with frog and mini spells doesn't work in later versions of the game too. I mean, how many runs of FF1 has Feasel actually finished? I know he has the record for it now, and I think he finished like one other run that I've seen him do. But like, people that watch him regularly, you know how many runs he's actually finished. All right, so I need to get 5 AP on Zidane before I can protect myself from back attacks again. It's kind of nice for it to happen before I get to the underground area, just because the enemies get a little nastier down there, but we'll see. I don't know if the swap trick works in later versions either. I know that was good in the Famicom version to have a weak character swap their HP with an enemy. Ew. Are you gonna sweep me? Yep. I'm not in any real danger of dying to that if Zidane's got enough hit points, but that is pretty nasty. So I need to kill one more enemy before I can equip Alert again. If I hadn't have already killed 2 ropers, I would have just ran from this because this is only worth 1 AP, but 5 is all I need. Yeah, fantasy, Final Fantasy. I saw his website for that a few months ago. Hey Spike, evening sir, how's it going, buddy? So this is why it's nice to get Alert back before you get into the underground section, because of these things. They back attack you, that's bad. I don't think they can kill you, but they can certainly wreck a lot of your characters. Oh, more shows, cool. Are you doing, remind me again what kind of theater you're doing these days? I know you were doing some kind of Shakespeare at one point. This part right here always feels like walking through mud. Oh, that sounds kind of like Final Fantasy III Famicom then, if you can use healing items to affect the step count. Oh, Second City, cool. Yeah, I live close enough to Chicago that Second City came to my college a couple of times to do shows, which were a lot of fun. Hey, Pie Guy. My favorite Final Fantasy game is in my Twitch channel, FAQ. Maybe I should get my bot to be able to say it too. Ooh, we're coming up on Spike's favorite battle in the game too, the infamous zombie battle. I have a bachelor's degree in computer science with a minor in music performance. So what was that, a 6 encounter Aoife tree? That's kind of average. I had pretty good encounter luck on the vines though. Because we have two forced battles now, one with some zombies and one with a zombie dragon, and poor Spike found out the hard way that yeah, if you don't have alert equipped going into these, you can get back attacked and the zombies can wreck you. I play pretty much all instruments that don't require blowing into a mouthpiece. Like I play the piano, I play percussion. And I sing. Even though this isn't going to be a new PB, you'll likely get to hear some of my stylings during the ending. Probably, yeah. Actually, I think I could have killed all three of them with a Phyra and a Kira all, but I couldn't remember what to do if VV's turn came up first. 3 would be a godly Aoife tree. I think I've gotten 4 once or twice. I'm generally happy having less than 30 encounters at the end of this too. Ew. That is here. At least it didn't use level 5 death though, because that's... Let's see, what level are my characters in you? Okay, yeah, no, Zidane isn't susceptible to it, but it has a really, really nasty long animation. My lowest number of encounters is 56, that's my PB. I could beat that PB with more encounters if I use the latest strats, which I will be when I start doing runs of this more often. That'll probably be later this year, after I've improved my FF7 PB a respectable amount. Oh, I missed an elixir somewhere. PB means personal best. It's my fastest speedrun of this game. Peanut butter is very legit. Oh, oh yeah, the elixir. Okay, here's the elixir. Hey, Mike. Doing good, buddy. How about you? That run's going pretty decent for me, not having done a full run in almost a year. I did do a de-rusting run over a couple sessions last week, which has helped a lot. Because it's what, I guess like 9:30 a.m. in Australia now? I know it's 8:30 a.m. in Japan. This is what, yeah, the base of the infantry is the source of green splits. Alright, killed him before he could do anything, because that is this game's obligatory undead boss. Ah, 12:30 a.m. Yeah, I guess. Shoutouts to any of my European friends that are staying up late to watch this. I was hoping I could start this about maybe 2 hours earlier than I did, but I had to get up really early for something this morning, and I took a nap afterwards, but I slept about an hour and a half longer than I meant to. Hey Jay, thank you. There is a slight chance that life can miss. I mean, if that happened, or if either Ico or Dagger's turn hadn't come up first, I would have used an elixir to kill Soul Cage. Yeah. Any airships that crashed because of their power supply being taken away suddenly? Yeah. Nobody thinks about the little people. Wasn't angling far enough. Ah, last step. Almost all of my evil forest encounters in this run were last step encounters too. Hey, spot of luck there, getting to run away before Zidang's turn could come up. That doesn't happen really that often. It happened a lot in my derusting practice run last week. On the Dis 2 part, at least. Save quick, just because there's a slim chance I could die to Amaranth if I get really bad luck. Zidane's usually level 34 or 35 at the end game, depending on how many ogres I kill on Dis 3 primarily. Zidane gets a lot more experience than the others do because of the You're Not Alone battles, mostly just because Zidane is in all of them and the other characters are only in one each. Hey, Steam. Yeah, people say that FF7 is the most polarizing Final Fantasy, but I'd almost kind of say that 12 is. Because everybody I know that has an opinion about Final Fantasy 12 either loves it or hates it. There isn't really much middle ground. Well, I guess I'm the exception, because I enjoyed it, but I didn't especially like it or dislike it. Hitting me way too much for me having distract, but since I actually hit him when he was dancing around, which he has higher evasion during, that sealed the deal. I'd probably enjoy 12 more if I played the international version, just because that fixes a lot of the shortcomings of the, licensing and gambit system. I only ever see myself doing that if there's a FF12 HD remaster, though. Which, from what I'm hearing, it doesn't sound terribly likely unless there's unless like FF10 HD sells really, really well and there's like fan demand for FF12 HD. The speedrun record for FF12 actually changed hands a few days ago to Eminon, who's the guy that has the FF7 and 8 records. The Japanese version just got the 12 record too, and he actually got it by 2 minutes, but he lost like 10 minutes on the SID 2 segment, so he can improve it a lot more. I know so little about what speedrunning the game is like that I have no idea what he improved to let him save so much time. I mean, yeah, a lot of people like to rip on the characters in FF12. I mean, I basically just see it as it's a different kind of storytelling where the focus of the story of the game is supposed to be more about the stuff that's happening rather than the people that it happens to. I mean, that doesn't really grab me that much to not have kind of really interesting characters like this game does and most other Final Fantasies, but I can respect Square wanting to try a different style of storytelling. Hey, Mexarican. Oh, if you just mean Final Fantasy Tactics period, I know some really hardcore fans, like Chest Jerk and the Claude, both do FFT speedruns. I mean, there's other people. I know there's a lot of hardcore FFT fans too that just like the game a lot. I know they all prefer the original PlayStation version to the PSP version, though, probably mostly just because of the battle animation lag. The way that they rewrote the dialogue for the War of the Lions PSP remake was kind of controversial with some people too. I'm running this on PS2 because the loading times are faster than on PS3, because PlayStation 2 has an option called fast disk speed, which makes the discs spin like they were DVDs instead of CDs, so they spin about 4 times as fast. So that saves a non-trivial amount of loading times over the course of the run. It's probably at least like 20-30 minutes, I would guess, just off of loading times. I mean, I liked the War of the Lions text just because it was actually competent. I mean, the PlayStation version was bad, had the typical kind of mid to late 90s really poor English localization of JRPGs. It wasn't really until like Final Fantasy VIII and Parasite Eve and stuff that actually had competent localization. I heard about that. I have no idea why someone was racing my FF7 PB, given that it's like 20 minutes behind the record, but whatever. Well, more like 25 because the record right now is what, 7:48 for no slots. I'll probably be back to FF7 in March too, along with FF6. February's just not been good to me as far as having time to do FF7 runs. I mean, I could have done FF7 today instead of this, but I wanted to do this for my follower special. Yeah, sometime in March. I don't really. I have no. I mean, it kind of varies a lot by how much free time I have to do 9-hour streams. Oh, Neo Raid. Ooh, nice. Hey, Neo Slash. Congrats on the new BOF 3 record. How much did you improve it by? World record raids are very hype. Yeah, anybody who likes Breath of Fire 3 should follow Neo Slash 72, who has the record for it. David K519 is the other guy I know that runs Breath of Fire 3. He more does Dragon Quarter these days. Oops, need to heal. Welcome, welcome, Neo Raiders. Yeah, that seems very strange that they're doing mobile only for Breath of Fire 6 instead of like mobile, or like 3DS or Vita or something like that. That's a good question, Evil46. I don't think any of in the English version. I don't think any characters in this game really have accents. All right, so we're almost to the end of Disc 2. I basically have couple screens that I can get random encounters on, and then a couple forced battles with Mistodons, and then some cutscenes. And then we'll be a little over halfway through the run. Oh, you're doing another run on Sunday for BOF 3, Neo? Cool. I think I heard somebody say that there's about 10 minutes of improvement still. Yeah, big congrats. Improving record at a run that long with a lot of RNG is a pretty big accomplishment. Yeah, well, good luck with your next run. I haven't been watching just because I haven't played the game yet. Once I've actually played the game, I'll definitely watch speedruns. I kind of make a rule of not watching speedruns of games that I haven't played yet and want to. actually survived that. Nice. It's actually kind of good to get at least one encounter on the vines here, just so that Amaranth can get some AP towards some abilities. That's something people have asked for. I mean, I don't know. Maybe for a future viewers' choice stream, I'll put in some RPGs that people have been asking. Well, I did that for this one too. I had Final Fantasy VIII, Super Mario RPG, and Earthbound for up along with FF9, but FF9 won by about 50 votes. Maybe next time I'll just do casual plays, because I'm guessing 9 won because of it being a speedrun. But I really, really need to play BOF 3 though, just because it's the only BOF game I haven't played, and I've heard lots and lots of good things about it. No, I don't run Final Fantasy X. If you want to see Final Fantasy X, you should follow Karakar VI and Seraph. Those are the two most active FF10 runners I know. Actually, I probably should have healed there, just because now if I get bad luck on the Mistodon and it uses Mist, that will kill Ico. Terranigma would be a possibility too. I do need to fix that. Maybe that can be one of my goals for this year, along with all of my speed goals, is to actually play Breath of Fire 3, and RoboTrack is another game I've been wanting to play for quite a while, and I have a card of it, I just haven't played it yet. Also Rudra no Hiho, which is a Japanese game with a translation patch. It's hard to do it's hard to have time for playing RPGs normally when I do as much speedrunning as I do though. I don't actually know how to pronounce it correctly. I'd have to look at what the Japanese characters are. Using Phoenix Down on Undead in this game reduces them to single-digit HP, so Phoenix Down plus a attack will kill them. Nice. Oh, she actually survived that. I was not expecting that. I am definitely healing before the next one, though. Yeah, we just passed my PB, my Dis 2 time for my full game PB, but there isn't much left. I mean, there's like 2 or 3 more Mistodon battles, then a couple minutes of cutscenes. I don't think this probably won't be sub 520, but it'll be close, or maybe not. It'll probably be like somewhere between 523 and 525. Yeah, so the disc 2 time was 2 hours and 55 minutes, and my full game PB. I had about a 220 disc 1. Okay, just 1 this time. In the Japanese version, these are called Mist Demons, which I think is a much more appropriate name for them than Mistodons. Come on, come on! Alright, at least it didn't use Mist. Yeah, I'm a fan of Wild Arms for sure. I've finished all of the games except for the PSP one. I guess I haven't actually finished the PS1 version of Wild Arms 1, but I have finished Ultra Code F, which is a PS2 remake. That mist attack can put you to sleep, which is why it's good to have insomnia for this part. Yeah, I know the record for Wild Arms 1 PlayStation is under 2 hours now, just because there's a bunch of out of bounds tech you can do to skip a lot of the game. Alright, hey. It's somewhat random whether I get 1 or 2 Mistodon encounters on the vine there. Only got 1, which is nice. Alright, so that's basically it for Disc 2 now, except for cutscenes, of which there are a couple minutes worth. Then we get to everybody's favorite part of an FF9 speedrun, the first hour of Disc 3. You'll see why when we get there if you haven't seen the run before. Well, I'm not using splits just because this is a no reset run with safety saves, so it would be all of the splits would be in the red. So for runs where I don't believe I have any kind of chance at beating my PB, I just use a straight timer. Yeah, if anybody who lives in North America needs to go grocery shopping or eat dinner or something like that, I would highly recommend doing it right around now or so, just because the first hour of Disc 3 is very slow. We've got the card tournament and the Protecting My Devotion segment. Other than that, it's just back-to-back cutscenes and fetch quests for about an hour. Once we're past that, though, the rest of the run's pretty good. Makes sense. The cards weren't too bad to me in my practice. I lost the second match once, but I had pretty decent cards. So I won the finals pretty handily. Slow motion. Hehehehe. There's a couple people that do Ace Combat runs, like I know Railcoon and SirVG both have, but I don't really know much about Ace Combat, so I couldn't really tell you which games. Yes, I need the Excalibur 2 to finish the run, because it doubles the damage that Steiner can do with the weapon he has before. And I'll usually make it to the Excalibur 2 with about like 3 hours to spare, at least, because you just need to get to the Crystal World in under 12 hours in game time. Okay, so about a 5:25. So okay, so it looks like I lost about 6 minutes on my PB on disc 2, because I had a 2:24 disc 1, which is about 4 minutes behind PB. So this is about the pace I was expecting today, without barring any like big train wreck moments or anything. Yes, I have played Final Fantasy Tactics like 3 times or so. I really liked that game, like back when I was in college. Maybe I'll put that on a future Viewer's Choice poll too, and see how potent Chestjerk and the Claude are at stuffing the ballot box. FF4 interlude's like 20-25 minutes or something like that. Oh wow, #1 on SRL? Nice, nice. Thank you everybody, both for watching today and for helping me get to almost 5 digits of Twitch followers too. It's incredible. Reminder too that if anybody's having trouble getting your chat messages to go through on the Twitch chat, I have a link in the stream title to a backup chat channel I have open right now on a different server. The day that Final Fantasy IX beats League of Legends for Twitch viewers will be a very glorious day. Oh, thanks. Oh, glad to hear, Sidolphus. And yet now I can somehow run up directly on that screen without having VV just kind of meander to the right like he was doing on disc 1. That happened both this morning and on my practice. I don't know if it's this controller or what. Oh, run's going pretty good for being a no reset run. I was about 10 minutes behind my PB after disc 2. I'm sure a good, like, probably at least 3 to 4 minutes of that is just from saving. Mr. Zwanzig wants to see the cards destroy me. Well, I can't blame him. I would want to see the cards destroy me too if I was in any of your positions. And we finally get Steiner back too, because he was absent for most of disc 2. Oh, I'm sure you're very, very far from the only one that likes 9 over 7 and 8. That's actually a pretty common opinion. I mean, I wouldn't like 7 as much as I do if I hadn't played it so much when it was new. I mean, it hasn't aged anywhere near as well as this game has for graphics and controls and translation and stuff. I've just got tons of nostalgia for it. Oh, nice. Can't pronounce this. Which Mistodon? There's 2 Mistodons that you can skip. One's pretty easy if you practice it a few times. The other is a little harder because it's frame perfect. But I got it for the first time when I was practicing last week. For me, FF9 is more about the characters than the story, just because it's got the relationships between the characters in this game are kind of the best part of the cutscenes. It's not even, I mean, because like once you get past this part, Steiner kind of loses his personality. He's just kind of there. He doesn't really fight with Zidane or kind of have his respectful relationship with VV much anymore, because the game kind of shifts to more focusing on Zidane and Dagger at this point. Yeah, having a final boss that just completely comes out of nowhere and wants to destroy the universe is kind of the pinnacle of how scattershot the story of this game is. Yeah, I think it's the German version of the game where the default name for Princess Garnet is actually Lily, which is short for Lily Dagger. I think that makes a lot more sense than Dagger. Yeah, or Sarah, which is her real name. Well, her summoner name is Sarah, which is a shout out to Princess Sarah from Final Fantasy 1. But her adoptive parents called her Garnet. It's basically to replace the real Princess Garnet who died for some reason. They just actually explained that a few minutes ago during the cutscene with in the castle, but I skipped it because this is a speedrun. Gidon? Yeah, I can see that. I mean, in the Japanese version, his name is Jitan. So they took some liberties making him Zidane in the English version. Oh, FF9's is worse, because FF4's final boss is sort of connected to the storyline because Zeromus is the hatred of Zemus, who was the kind of the force that instigated the war for the crystals on the Earth and was controlling Golbez. Necron just plain comes out of nowhere, though. I just view Necron as being a metaphor for death. I liked Garland as a villain character too, just because he's not evil, really. He wants to save his people, even though that means having to destroy another world to do so. Yeah, Necron is the darkness of eternity, which is what it's called in the Japanese version, in fact. Necron is only in the English version. It's called... It's Iain no Yami, or Darkness of Eternity in Japanese. Oh, nice. Ragnarok Rising. I'm sure there's quite a few things that could be accomplished in the amount of time it takes to do a Final Fantasy IX speedrun. Blade Man, this is a full game run that I started about 5.5 hours ago. Yomi. I thought it was Yami though for Necron's Japanese name. Oh, nice, Gaius Terminus. That's something I feel the tugs of a lot too, is seeing somebody speedrun or play a game I haven't played for a long time makes me want to play it too. Like, I've been having a lot of major cravings to play Castlevania 4 lately, just because There's a lot of competition for the record for it right now. Both the top players are really, really good. Yeah, it's Joe DeMillo and Hanage Belmondo. No, there is no Chocobo Hot and Cold in the speedrun. I went to the Chocobo's Forest on Disc 1 to buy Gishal greens, but that's it. Yeah, I mean, FF7 and 8 for PC are pretty cheap. I think they go on sale periodically, too. Like, I got both of them on sales for like $5 or so each. Well, I thought in the mythology of FF9, the creator of all memories is the crystal. Yeah, oh yeah. I mean, the Castlevania 4 speedrun community is awesome as far as how kind of in it together the runners all are as far as wanting to get the best times. I really like Hanage too, just because he's a Japanese speedrunner that streams on Twitch TV along with Nico Live, and he interacts with English viewers too. Yeah, almost finally through the current round of cutscenes. Then we get the card tournament. In order to progress with the story, I have to play 3 opponents in the card tournament. The first 2 I have to win in order to continue. The third one I can win or lose, but if I win, I get a rebirth ring accessory, which I need in order to finish the game. And if I lose, I have another means of getting one, but it costs a bit of time. Oh, the most OP character in this game is Steiner by far, just because he's got the strongest physical attack, and he gets the charge command, which you can use, which I'm going to be using a lot when I get to the last like hour and a half of the run. I like the Jester's theme. Yes, I do get the Excalibur too. I get to the place where it is with about 3 hours to spare too. Oh, I like how Amaranth just kind of disappeared there. Nice going. Oops. Oh, I could never decide between Final Fantasy soundtracks. At least as far as 4 through 9 go. They're the strongest in my opinion. Nah. I think I should sort here. I should have saved before going in there, but I want to save before the card tournament. Hey, Fox Concerto. Alright, here goes nothing. Nah, cards aren't really the greatest. Oh, hey, nice. Nice. All right. Go with that one. Nice. All right, 2 for 2. It's It's really hard to practice this game, by the way, too, just because the challenge of it is just the cards you get and the arrows are all random, so practicing is, practicing when you have the same cards every time is pretty ineffective. I mean, you can get random cards from Dr. Tot, but they're different than the cards you naturally get over the course of the run. I keep going first, too. I don't like going first. I like getting to play more defensively. That's bad. Well, let's see, I think it's YOLO time now. Come on. Yes! Or, well, probably no now. Yeah, I lost. Well. You'll get to see the backup plan for the rebirth ring now. It would be, I mean, I could reset back to that save and try it again, but the backup rebirth ring strat is faster. I was more saving in case I just got absolutely wrecked by the first two opponents. Oh, I also wanted to make sure to save too, just in case I die to these Mistodon battles, which shouldn't happen, but can. Where is the Lindblom card anyway? Because I know there were some runners have started doing that. I think Drazuric floated the idea of getting the I think it's the Shiva and Ramu cards or something like that. Although that's a bigger detour because you have to go into the church with Vivi when you gain control at the start of the disc. If you beat Sid, you get a rebirth ring, which I need in order to finish the game, but I can get one a different means later. Oh, before you get the Explodo. Alright, hey. That's 2 for 2 now that I've gotten that. Now that I know that I actually have to hold the circle button to walk instead of run, I can actually do that skip now. Ah, boo, sleep. Yeah, shoutouts to Protecting My Devotion, the music for this sequence. Yeah, I had a okay Gargant card. Problem is that I didn't have cards with very good arrows in this run. I did that actually at the start of this sequence. I stole a bunch of equipment off of Beatrix. I think I saw that too, actually, that Potato Handle was playing the hardcore mod of this game, and just all of these Listodons were really hard. I wouldn't say it's consistent. All I did was just hold down the circle and then stutter step and hope that I get it. It's a heck of a lot more consistent than what I was doing before, which was to stutter step without holding circle, which makes it impossible because you have to be walking. Yeah, if I'm not going to get to go before them, I should just really wait for Steiner to attack because the animation's faster. Alright, later MTI, good luck with the Metroiding. Alright, good night, Law Paul. Thanks for watching. Yeah, I'm definitely more a fan of getting physical copies of games rather than digital if I have a choice. Both because it avoids silly like limited use BS and stuff like that. As far as like only specific systems it can be used on, and I like having a collection of games on my shelf. Hey, Mr. Gerbic, good evening. Yeah, I really don't have any interest of doing any kind of completionist run of this game. Just any percent, which is beating the game as quickly as possible, is long enough for me. For the Super Nintendo Final Fantasies, I think doing like higher completion runs is more fun, though. Or is fun, I should say. Like, I've already done 100%, well, all characters in Esper's FF6, and all bosses FF4, at least all storyline summons, and like all tablets FF5, meaning all of the sealed weapon tablets sound kind of fun to route and execute. Because both of those I wouldn't imagine would add more than like 2 hours max to the run. Yeah, I mean, how you define 100% in RPGs is completely arbitrary. Sorry, yeah, sorry about that, Thuk. I was hoping to start this about like 2 hours earlier than I did, but stuff came up. At least the sun won't be up again in Europe when I finish this. Probably about 3.5 hours to go, or 3:45 or so. Yeah, Abda Jr. did that with Chrono Trigger a year or so ago, and it took him like I don't know if he did. I don't know if he tried. I don't think he tried to do it all in one sitting, but it took a long time to like max out all of his characters' levels, see all the endings, get all of the treasure and side quest equipment and stuff. That's a Super Nintendo RPG, not a PlayStation 1. There isn't really an agreed to 100% for FF4. I mean, a couple runners have talked about either all bosses or all storyline summons. Storyline meaning ones that you don't, all the summons that aren't random drops. So like that would require you to go into the summon monster cave and fight Ashura and Leviathan, go like get the Sylph summon, fight Bahamut. I think that's it for oh, Odin is the last summon. All bosses would be neat too, because then you'd have to fight all of the final dungeon mini bosses too, like Dark Bahamut, the whatever the name of that dragon that guards Edge's sword, and then Ogopogo, I guess, which is probably better Dark Leviathan. Maybe I'll do that with FF4 and 5 someday. FF5, all tablets, would mean having to do all of the, pretty much all of the, merged world dungeons except for the, Phoenix Tower. Lufia 2 all chests. Yeah! Well, hey, there's an Egg Dragon RTA category for Lufia 2 on the Japanese leaderboards, which I'm assuming means beat the Egg Dragon. I don't know if that actually requires beating the game afterwards, or if it just means beating the Egg Dragon. I've been applying considerable pressure to Abda Jr. to do an Egg Dragon RTA, because come on, it's an Egg Dragon. He's got to do it at some point. Egg Dragon RTA reminds me way too much of Spore Spawn RTA in Super Metroid, though. Oh, are there inescapable battles in the Phoenix Tower or something? I went there in my 4-job Fiesta last summer. I don't really remember much about the monsters in it, though. Just other than that, if you didn't, I mean, there was a route to follow for which stairs to take, and if you took the wrong ones, then that would give you, force you into extra battles. Yeah, Aiko's glaring is priceless there. Yeah, I'd have to check the leaderboard again to see if the Egg Dragon RTA bans the HP overflow glitch or not. It wouldn't surprise me if it did, because if the final boss of your RTA is just a joke, basically, then what's the point, kind of? Yeah, Kari, I don't exactly have a very good track record here for leaving towns that I visit unscathed. We've got a bunch of cutscenes here, so I'm gonna run some ads. I'll be back in 2 minutes. Oh yeah, okay, this is where I talked to that bird. Hey, booty gay. I approve. And we're back. Fortunately, this part isn't quite as much of a mash-a-thon as some of the others, just because after pretty much every text box in these scenes, there's characters jumping around and flailing their arms and other extremities. Oh, thank you, Kev. If only I'd have actually gotten lucky 7s in this on Hilgiyars in this run. But I got a 7 instead of 4 7s. Yeah, there's quite a bit of the soundtrack in this game that would sound good on piano. Like Roses of May, which is Beatrix's theme, would be awesome. The Trino theme would be good, although it would be hard to play though, just because of the ragtime stuff. The overworld theme would be pretty good too. Oh yeah. I don't think 10's soundtrack has quite as much stuff that would sound good on piano, but well, given that To Xanarkand is a piano solo, basically, that sounds amazing. Alright, so the last little bit before the speedrun continues is a little potion fetch quest I have to do, which gives me a convenient excuse to visit the synthesis shop again, because one of the potions is right next door to it. Oh nice, Shadow Killer. I've heard that too, Peace James. Oh, nice. Hey, Darth Remar. So how's everybody doing this fine evening or middle of the night, depending on where you live? Usually like to ask when it's a not too exciting part of the speedrun. Yeah, the esports weekend esports tournaments and the Pokemon thing are going, or the Twitch plays Pokemon thing are going pretty strong. If you're having trouble getting your chat messages through on Twitch chat, I do have a backup chat channel open. There's a link to it in the stream title. Hey, Aaron. I'm surprised Pokemon isn't an esport. I guess it's probably, well, I don't think there's a Pokemon game yet that's really easy to play with people over the internet. Like, I think multiplayer Pokemon still requires you to be, like, in the same room as somebody and play, like, over Wi-Fi. Yes, GMAC. I'm reading both the chats. Oops. I don't know if El Magus is still awake, because it's pretty late where he lives. But yeah, it's really awesome to see all the action in Final Fantasy IV lately with the runners integrating the Japanese endgame strats into the route to cut down on grinding. Oh, thank you, Peace James. Appreciate it. Oh, you can play with anybody online for the Pokemon XY? Maybe probably another part of it too is that it isn't very easy to do capturing and streaming from 3DS because you have to actually mod it in order to be able to record. I mean, if they had Pokemon for PC, I could see that becoming a really big competitive thing because PC would be a lot easier for people to record and stream. Yeah, I'm waiting to get Lightning Returns until there's a price cut. Like, I didn't get Final Fantasy 13-2 until it was down to like $30 or so. Yeah, no spoilers for Lightning Returns, please. I'm fine with spoilers for Final Fantasy IX because it's 14 years old, but no spoilers for new games, please. I'm sure I'm gonna continue calling it Final Fantasy 13-3 too, even though I know the official title is Lightning Returns, just because that's what it is to me. No, 14 years is how old FF9 is. Yep, I was a sophomore in college when this game came out. Yeah, 24 years ago is like early NES stuff. Maybe not early, because there were NES games being made in the 80s, but well, Kane Clinks to anybody else that was anywhere close to as old as I was when this game came out. Alright, we're finally done with Lindblom 3, which is the longest slow part of the run. There's one more block of Lindblom cutscenes coming up later in Disc 3, but it's no fetch quests at least. It's basically it's just mashing through text. There's no 100% speedrun category for FF9. At least that no category that more than one person has done. I am in my early 30s. I've said enough so far that you can figure out how old I am exactly if you do the math based on how old I said or what year of school I said I was in when this game came out. Or Dragon Dart could just spoil it too. Way to go, DD. Oops. That's one thing I definitely like very much about the speedrunning community, is that compared to a lot of other gaming communities, the people, other people are a lot closer to me in age, like late 20s, early 30s. Yeah, I don't think Sinister is the oldest speedrunner. He's definitely the high range though, because I know he's in his like mid-30s. I guess wisdom extra year can teach you save frequently and avoid crossing bridges. Spike, I don't know exactly how old Spike is, but it's same age bracket, like late 20s, early 30s. I don't know if he's 30 yet. But he's close, I'm sure. Okay, so because I lost the, actually I should have done this before. Because I lost the card tournament, I need to go in here and get a black belt to sell for some money. So, it might help if I went into the right, I can't go across there. Yeah, it's the item shop, not the synthesis shop. I haven't lost the card tournament recently enough to even remember where to go. Mustache Man, give me black belt. Clearly Mustache Man is the owner of the item shop. Yeah. I haven't gotten my break age limit skill mastered yet, though. Alright, so this next part, the strats I'm using are a little dated, because I'm going to fight a zombie whale to learn the level 5 death spell. That's been kind of obsoleted out of the route by other strats, but I haven't done any testing of that yet, so I don't want to paint myself into a corner of not getting enough AP to learn some skills I need to finish the game, because he's doing a different route. Well, first try at least. Fiend. Ah, wisdom trance. If I hadn't tranced here, I probably could have potentially carried it through to Arc. Yeah, in before Zero encountered Desert Palace for sure. I did get a Steiner crit in my PB though, because if Steiner crits the whale zombie, it just dies, then you have to find another one if you want to learn level 5 death. Yeah, Quina is the blue mage character in this game. The way you learn blue magic is pretty grindy though, just because you have to eat enemies that have the spells, as opposed to just having them used on you like in a lot of the other games. Well, in FF8, Quistis is the blue mage, and she gains new spells by just using items, I think. You got problem? No, 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 no. Yeah, the Twitch mobile app for Android at least works pretty well, although sometimes I have to reload streams because they freeze. It's a lot better than it was a year ago, though, where there wasn't even an option for me to log in to see if channels that I'm following are live. Alright, so I'm basically taking what the characters you're meant to take to Oiver, which is all of your physical characters, but the current record for this game does it a little differently. It actually takes Quina instead of Amarant, so that Amarant can be used in the Desert Palace, which is its way of skipping level 5 death. No, I'm not using splits because this is a no reset run with safety saves. There's no way I can beat my splits if I'm saving. Plus, it would be depressing too to if I died and had to reload a save or something, to have to go through the rest of the run with like minus 10-minute splits and stuff. Well, I call it Oiver now just because that's French for green eye, and it's actually spelled correctly for it to be French. Like I don't call Kate Sith Ketshid just because which is Irish, just because it's not spelled like Irish. I forget how many encounters I haven't actually watched the record video all the way through yet. I've seen the guy that has the record stream a couple of times, so I've seen what his strats for dealing with Desert Palace encounters are. Yeah, I don't really have trouble with Necron anymore. It's tough guys that I'm more worried about. Two minutes? Wow. No, I don't have the smooth texturing on. I don't really know what that does, to be honest, and I don't see any speedrunners of PS1 games use it. Just fast to speed. Groger! These ogres are worth really good AP, so I need to do some rerouting to figure out how much AP I really need during this part, because I honestly don't know at this point. I just kill any single ogres I run into, and it always ends up being enough, but I'm sure I'm killing some ogres I don't need to. Oh hey, MV! Thanks. The insomnia. Well, you should have tuned in a bit earlier if you needed help sleeping, just because the first hour of this disc is so boring. Oh yeah, I always forget. I mean, I don't like to count the whale as a random encounter because it's something you're forcing, but other runners do. Wow, 4 encounters? That's, well, some of that's me wasting steps, I'm sure, because I haven't practiced running through this room, but it's still not very good. Okay, I'm sure I can just run from everything in Oiver now. Unless it's a epitaph, in which case I want to kill it with a soft, just because I'd lose a lot of money if I used Flea on an epitaph. The humble origins of MV. This is kind of a one-time deal for now until I get a until I can get sub 8 hours at FF7 or even lower than that. I mean, basically until I've gotten a run that I'm fairly satisfied with of FF7. I'm not going to be working on any other really long games. I do want to improve my time at this, though, which I can definitely do with the latest strats. If a black mage took his or her hat off, then the world would self-destruct. I kind of doubt it, given that there's never been a PC version of FF9 before, but that would be pretty sweet if there were, just because that would speed up speedruns a lot because of loading times. I normally prefer playing games on console, even if there is a PC version, just because that's what I'm used to, and it's easier for me to stream and record from console, but I'd probably make an exception for FF9, just given what a big deal the loading times are. This is probably the second most intense menuing section in the game after the one in Pandemonium. I'm just gonna run from, but if I was using the no whale zombie strat, I would want to kill these for the experience and AP, just to get to the right level before arc for freaking clear-headed on all my characters. Yeah, like what Zreko said, I mean the Steam versions of 7 and 8 are they're modernized versions of the ports that were made back in the 90s. With better music and able to run on modern PCs and all the like cloud saving and easy mode features and stuff. If they were gonna do PC FF9, they'd have to probably remake the game mostly from scratch. I wouldn't say they're better, they're higher resolution. I can get the, I'll get it now. No, actually no, I'll get it on the way out. Less steps that way. There's an item over there I need. Yeah, I've seen some screenshots of this game on emulator in high resolution graphics mode, which looks really, really good. Hey, Clear Tonic. Yeah, so if they did a PC version or something with the graphics looking like they do and like with the emulator high resolution thing, that would be pretty nice. And fast loading times too, which would be my stake in the matter. That was all that was on TV back in the ancient days of this place. Wow. That jerk had it coming. Yeah, faster battle speed option would be amazing too. That's the only thing that I'd really want to change about this game is speed up the battle engine. Because this is the only RPG that has a real-time battle system where I'd recommend playing on the fastest battle speed, even for casual play. I mean, I can't remember how I managed to put up with this game when it first came out, just playing with the default speeds. So slow. I mean, it's so weird for me to see people playing like FF7 too with the default speeds. Looks like a different game almost. Yeah, a cutscene skip would be nice too, but that would be asking way too much. Apparently cutscene skip was too much to ask for Final Fantasy X HD. They did do that, but my guess on why is just because the PS2 version of Kingdom Hearts Final Mix had a cutscene skip. It just you couldn't use it unless it was a cutscene that you'd seen before in the same playthrough, because if you died and then had to go backwards. So I doubt it was really that much effort to change the cutscene skip to be usable anytime, whereas for like Final Fantasy X they would have had to actually program a scene skip option into the game. Yeah, I've gotten up a couple of times during FMVs. That's something you kind of need to route out along with how you actually play the game, is when you take breaks and stuff in a game this long. Wow. Very good ATB. Wow, that was a good arc fight. Only got 2 attacks off. The Sanguine is probably really sad now. Yeah. Ever hates powers, or I guess are on vacation right now until I get to Death Guys. Man, the 3 of my characters getting attacks before arc, even without the grade state TV. You know what I think happened? I think Everhate's powers worked on arc instead of on me this time, giving arc like a absolutely terrible ATB bar. Alright. I have a really hard time keeping a straight face during this music. I'm failing this 5 times on purpose because it removes the Hedgehog Pie's quick turnaround ability. Which I think I only counted to 4 though. All right. One or 2 presses away now. 2, yeah. I don't like to take risks when I'm that close though. I could go for a hedgehog pie right about now with whipped cream. I tested it on emulator, and it really wasn't that much faster, even if I didn't fail too. Just because it seems like the fast turnarounds just get added on top of whatever of the slower ones it's already doing. So even though if I just went for it first try, it was generally barely like 15 seconds or so faster than failing 5 times, and it was a lot harder. Oh, I should have practiced this before starting, because I cannot remember the pattern. Okay. Must have missed one on the other side. Okay, there we go. Alright, and then because I lost the card tournament, I'm getting this anklet here. It's one of the ingredients for the rebirth ring. Alright, if I'm gonna get an encounter, it's generally gonna be on this screen. Yep, last step too. This is probably, I think this is the longest area or screen in the whole place. Zero. Actually, I won the first 2 first try and then lost the finals. That's pretty much my last shot at getting an encounter, so unless something unexpected happens, we're looking at 1 encounter Desert Palace. The reason why I'm bouncing the water spell off of my own characters is to stack damage, basically. Yeah, I think if I said earlier there were no summons in this run, I was incorrect. We'll use Carbuncle here. Yeah, there's only two known, well, I guess I should say three known version differences between the Japanese and North American version. One of them affects the sword fight at the beginning of the game and how much money you can get from it. One of them is with the boss Sea Lion, which is actually a little more dangerous in the Japanese version because it has water elemental up. And then the third one's that basically because you can the thing about the damage stacking together is less, with the multi-reflect is less so in the Japanese version. Yeah, Carbuncle's pretty cool in this game just because if you equip different gems after you've mastered the spell, you get different effects. Because if you have no gem, then or the ruby, you get reflect. I think if you there's ways you can get haste, protect, and shell, and maybe a fifth one. Two encounter trip. I had 4 in my first one, so yeah, this is. I mean, I've already gotten 6 encounters in that room, which is what I kind of like to have for all 3 trips. Hey, Guile. No, not really. I mean, I'm pretty far behind PB pace at this point, which is what I mean. This is a follower special, so I'm saving and doing some safety strats too, just because it wouldn't be much of a special if I died. So if I can get under 10 hours, I'll be happy, and I think I'm definitely on pace for that at least. I'll be back to trying to improve my time at this once once I've gotten a run of FF7 that I'm reasonably satisfied with. I've only really got time and effort for one long RPG speedrun at a time. No, I haven't died or reset yet. Hey, Tayo. Hey, Teardrop. I don't have any of my splits memorized, but I did check my disc splits. I mean, I was about 10 minutes behind as of the end of disc 2. And I know my end of disc 3 time was 8:35. So we shall see in about like an hour and a half or so. The Gullig Stone disappears into a plot hole. I don't really understand this part of the game that well, because the whole point of sending, kidnapping Zidane and company and sending them to Oiver was to get the Gullig Stone in order for Kuja to enter, to enter Mount Gullig, but why? All he does there is try to extract Eidolons from Aiko. I don't understand really why he needs to do it there, why he can't do it somewhere else. Alright, so 8 total encounters, which is 2 or 3 more than I'd like for the Hildegard room. Yeah, I have no idea, Enter Ilias. I mean, why Kuja needs to go to Mount Gullig in order to try to extract Eidolons from Aiko. I mean, in fact, he doesn't. I mean, it's after he sends Zidane to get the Gullig Stone before kidnapping Aiko too. Oh yeah, and then Hilda is in there too for some reason. That isn't really explained either. I mean, there is, yeah, there is. I guess there is the room where they're trying to extract the Eidolons looks kind of similar to the room in Alexandria Castle. And now that, and since Alexandria Castle got destroyed by the Invincible, maybe Mount Gullig is the only other place that can do it. Let's see. Oh, I should have watched for this. Yeah, that would require actually reading the text, though, which I'm really not too interested in doing. Alright, we have ourselves a run with 0 world map encounters, unless unless I like land the airship too far away from somewhere else and mess it up. Alright, no Garudas in that area. That's what I think of every time I see this cutscene. Yeah, well, he or she's been dealt with. Conveniently get a free heal just from this entering Estogaza too, which is why I didn't bother healing that trouble status earlier. It would have only mattered if I'd have gotten an encounter in outside Estogaza. Ah, people are starting to get my little Sorcerer's Apprentice joke. Alright, there's some Major League jerks here. I think it's the only encounter you can get outside Estogaza. They can cast Stop, and if they cast Stop on Zaidane, it's really bad. And that would be really bad. I couldn't even tell which one attacked. I don't think I have any remedies because I sold them. I sold my remedies on disc 1 for extra money because I didn't get enough ethers from Black Waltz number 2. Yeah, they did the absolute worst possible thing they could have done, was cast stop on Zidane. At least they tried to do it twice, though. If they'd have stopped Steiner or Freya, that would have been bad. I could have had Vivi cast a spell with it or something, but I don't remember what weaknesses or immunities Garudas have. Yeah, it wouldn't be a Poexel special stream without birds being jerks in some fashion. Hey, Tidy. Oh, I think this is going pretty well for being a no resets run with safety saves. I mean, I'm not going to come anywhere near my PB, but it's going good, and I'm having a good time, and I hope all of you are too. That would be why I'm not using splits too, by the way, too, just because that would be pretty depressing. Let's see. Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna heal, but I don't think I need to do any doing here. Yeah. Mount Gullig's theme is so awesome just because it's based off of the Gullig volcano theme from Final Fantasy 1. Because you can just go directly to the end of this place without, if you know where it is, you don't get to hear very much of it. Yeah, there's a newer strat that involves using the Ice Brand with add status in order to try to freeze them. I've never tried it myself though. I mean, most of the newer strats for FF9, since I was doing runs regularly, are for Disc 3. Well, is it the same as Heat on Taharka, where it's like 10% odds to land? I think I read that like the success rate for ad status is just a flat 10%. Hey, Keyfry. Yeah, I was not expecting to get this many viewers for a no resets run. I mean, I didn't think I'd be getting, like, consistently holding at 4 digits, but, hey. I'm glad you're all here. If you haven't already, please hit the follow button. My main speed projects right now are Final Fantasy 6 and 7. I'll also be doing some Illusion of Gaia, because I'm playing that for a RPG speedrun marathon in about 2 months. Well, but I've got full list of games that I have run and am planning to in the future in my Twitch page below the stream player too. Yeah, the birds are jerks rule very, very, very much applies to Mega Man X. Because it just so happens that the 2 most RNG bosses in the whole game are birds. Oh, Ninja Gaiden birds are pretty bad too. In fact, I think Tiki's split for Sigma 2 in Mega Man X is called Birds of Prey because of having to refight both Chill Penguin and Storm Eagle there. Hey Lauren, good evening sir. You missed me getting trolled massively by birds outside this place. They did the absolute worst thing that they could do, which was to cast Stop on Zidane, which keeps me from running away. Yeah, Chill Penguin and Storm Eagle live on through Final Fantasy X-2 as well. Alright, so now we've got Melted Gemini to deal with, and then more cutscenes! Although it's the longest block of cutscenes in the rest of the run, though, fortunately. The rest of the run is pretty much straight action. Yeah, real life birds, I mean, whether they're defecating on your car or causing property damage or getting stuck in jet engines and stuff, they're definitely jerks too. They can be, at least. Pet birds, probably not so much. I don't currently speedrun Final Fantasy VIII. I might do it at some point, but of the Super Nintendo, PlayStation Final Fantasies, it is the one that interests me the least. So if I do runs of 8, it won't be very serious. Like, I'm not going to spend hours resetting to try to get really good card luck. So this is basically an all-in strat here where I'm berserking my party so that I can pretty much guarantee being able to kill Melted Gemini in 2 rounds. Oh, especially if Steiner crits. The next new Final Fantasy speedrun for me is going to be 4, though. Alright, good night, Waka Blitz. Thanks for hanging out. Because I actually wanted to learn 2 different routes for 4, too. I want to learn the North American version with full game glitch route, aka no die-hard glitch, but everything else that pretty much all the other FF4 runners use, and also Japanese version glitchless, which is a really different run because of a lot of version differences. Oh, thank you, Apparition, yeah. People love them some Final Fantasy IX on a fine Sunday evening. Thanks again, everybody, for keeping me company. And for all the support for the past, like, what, 2 years that I've been streaming on Twitch TV. Probably longer than that, actually. It was probably 2011. Yeah, all summons or all bosses FF4 would be fun to route and do too. The main difference would be all bosses would include the mini bosses in the lunar subterrane. So I'd have to see how if any of them are going to be really painful, or would have to involve more grinding. Glad to be of service, Vooligen, by the way. Just saw your comment in the other chat. Speaking of FF4, Sid's last name in this game is Fabul, too, which is a 100% FF4 reference. Alright, good night, Kion. Thanks for watching. Yeah, having to fight Dark Bahamut without items to cast Reflect would be pretty painful. It would probably be Japanese version that I'd try to do all bosses. Now we've got some more talks for the next couple minutes, so I'm gonna run some commercials, and I'll be back in 2 minutes. Yeah, that is something that's nice about streamers that put the chat on their screen or have like a text-to-speech bot or something like a lot of Japanese streamers do, is you can actually tell if your messages are going through or not. Card tournament, I won the first 2 matches and lost the finals. So I'm gonna have to go to Digero in a little bit to get to synthesize the rebirth ring. Yeah, and yeah, if I was running Twitch Plays Pokemon, I would keep it going forever as long as there was like interest in it. Just because of all the ad money, I'm sure whoever set that up is making now. It cracks me up though that it has a sub button along with an FAQ saying that they're never going to turn on sub-only chat. So what's the point of subbing then, other than just wanting to give money to the guy or gal that set it up? I'd probably appreciate it more if I'd ever played a Pokemon game. Very nice, Titus. Yeah, I mean, if anything, I'm sure an all bosses route would probably have just involve doing some more leveling in the Giant of Babel in order to be able to beat all of the optional bosses if you're going to fight them. Like, you'd probably still want to level Rydia then, so that you have all of her powerful spells. Hey, Absorbent. The first game I ever speedran was Illusion of Gaia, followed by Kingdom Hearts 2, followed by Final Fantasy 7, and then followed by other things. Yeah. Not a whole lot of what the characters do really makes that much sense, and especially in this disc 3, if you think about it too hard. Twitch Plays Final Fantasy 9 would probably not end well. Is it like, can you die in Pokemon, or do you just, like, if you lose battles, do you just get kicked out and can continue or something? 'Cause that's something I'm really curious how how Twitch Plays Pokemon would handle if they died. Yeah, FF9 is a good soundtrack. All the Super Nintendo, PlayStation, Final Fantasies do. Okay, so if you die, you just automatically go back. Okay, that makes that works then. Because yeah, if it was a game where you could actually die and actually completely end the game, then that doesn't sound like it would be remotely possible to actually finish by a huge crowd of people doing random inputs. Oh, okay, that's kind of smart. Nice. Her hair looks way too good for having just chopped it off with a big dagger, too. Suspension of disbelief works wonders, though. Hey, D&D Lock, good evening. Oh, I didn't get viral smoked by Melted Gemini either. Like it was double bio. To remember what button I'd press to move the airship, because it's different and it's different from game to game. And if I think, I mean look at the tutorial. Yeah, I'll just bring Aiko into or Freya into the castle, because I haven't practiced doing this with Aiko for quite a while. Less is more. Yeah, the gimmick for Ibsen's castle is that your weapon attack power gets inverted, basically. Like, all the chests in the castle have your character's starting weapons in them if you don't have them anymore. But it doesn't affect magic, which is the main thing I'm going to be using to fight the boss. Aiko, you'd be able to use Carbuncle during the boss battle and do a bit more damage with Firaga by reflecting it off. Plus, his Blizzaga spells would reflect off too. But I mean, if you get viral, wait, where am I going? If you get viral smoked by, I think I'm getting ahead of myself. If you get viral smoked by Melta Gemini and you miss the AP from that battle, then you need to bring Freya here to make it up. Nice, Sandman. The Japanese version of this place is called Ibsen's Heritage. Which I think is kind of a cooler sounding name than Ibsen's Castle. Oh, thank you, Digital Justice. Appreciate it. Yeah, that relay was tons and tons of fun. We'll definitely be doing that again sometime this fall. Kind of hard to believe it was only a week ago, too. Feels longer now. Yeah, how did Amaranth get here first? How did he beat me when I know exactly how to get to the end as fast as possible? Alright, so there's two big hey-hays I could get on this. One is getting a quick kill, which is where I get heat status to land with Steiner's Flame Saber, and the other one is if I steal something good from it, the best prize would be an Orichalcon dagger. Mithril clothes. Hey, Oaksan. Doing pretty good. How about yourself? Okay, I get the heat when it doesn't matter anymore. Oh well, hey hey, I'll still give it a hey hey. Hey, Zealous Benediction, good evening. If that had happened first turn, that would have been awesome, but it didn't, so it's not. Yeah, Vivi was Batman at AGDQ. Thanks in no small part to the efforts of RoboSparkle. Who is the Batman runner? I've got a pretty hilarious blooper somewhere in my Twitch archives too, of getting the Heat kill and kind of or getting the Heat to land in the exact spot where it wouldn't actually kill him because it wore off before anything. Because Heat, if you're familiar with the air anchor from Final Fantasy VI, the Heat status does basically the same thing, where somebody that has Heat status will die the next time they take an action, and taking poison damage counts as an action for that purpose. But in that blooper, the Heat landed, and then after poison wore off before I could reestablish it, and before Taharka did anything. Alright, need to make a little trip back in to get Amaranth now. This part would be really, really dangerous if I didn't have the right abilities on Zidane, because there's enemies here that can freeze or heat you, and if that happened to Zidane while he was by himself, then that would be game over. But I just have to get to Amaranth, and then I'm not alone anymore. Hey, N64. Yeah, the Chocobo sunglasses airy on Spike Vegeta's head was quite potent. Yeah, that FF9 run that I did with Spike is basically my favorite charity marathon run that I've done so far. The run itself went pretty well. We had great commentary and energy, and then lots of fun, silly moments too. Oh, were you recording the play on your phone or something, Kari? Ooh, fancy schmancy. Actually having a real... I mean, who actually has real cameras these days anymore? I mean, most people I know just use their phones for all camera-related festivities. Yeah, Ibsen's Castle, not so dangerous with not getting encounters. I think I got 2 when I had my full party. That's kind of average luck. Alright, so now is the last little route deviation that I have to make because of losing the card tournament finals. I have to make a pit stop in Deguro and synthesize a rebirth ring, which I would have gotten for free if I'd have won the card tournament finals. It doesn't really cost enough time to be worth resetting over with how much other randomness there is in this game for speedrunning. Oh, I should take that back. There is one more minor thing I need to do. I need to get another diamond, but that comes later. The rebirth ring lets you get auto life, which once per battle. If you die, you get revived with 1 hit point, and that's a requirement for the final disc for a couple bosses. Used to approaching the Rim Shrine from this direction. I think I overshot it too. It's over here. Yeah, here we go. Oath and Felghana I think is on PC. I'm playing the PSP version of that right now, but I think the PC version is basically the same. It's an ease game. I'm much more of a console gamer though, so I'm not really too up on what's good on PC. Pretty much everything that's in my Steam account is all indie stuff. Oh yeah, I guess there's other ease games on Steam too. I like how Oath and Felghana is actually hard even on normal difficulty too. I have yet to actually beat any bosses without dying at least once, which I like. Strange as that sounds. Well, my first Ys game was the SNES version of Ys 3, which is not really very good. Oath and Felghana is much better. No, the Excalibur 2 is at the end of the game. It's after, it's right before the final boss, basically. I'll be getting there soon enough, though. So, It'd be kind of cool if you actually had to fight all 4 of these Guardians and use some pretty unorthodox parties, but for a speedrun, I'm pretty glad that you only fight Earth Guardian, because having to fight a boss with just Dagger and Ico would not be fun in a speedrun. I wonder if that was a crit, because that did way too much damage. Hey, no life, doing pretty good. Nom 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 nom. Everything that Quina eats in this run is undead, by the way, too. They must be high in calcium. But you do get to fight all 4 of them in Memoria, though, as the and they're actually called Lich, well, Miliris, Kraken, and Tiamat instead of just Guardians too, which really drives home the Final Fantasy I reference. Well, I'll defer that question to people that have actually played multiple Ys games. Yeah, Quina doesn't actually eat any frogs in the speedrun. Well, it's probably implied that Quina eats the frog that you catch when you first meet Quina. Oh, and since it's been a while, if there's anybody having trouble getting your messages through in the Twitch chat, I've got a backup chat server set up with the link in the broadcast title too. I'm reading both of them. Oh, not a problem. You have no idea how tired I get of talking about Final Fantasy games during these runs, because there's only really so much that can be said about them, so I like talking about other stuff too. Oh yeah, it's because the 4 fiends in Memoria are called Chaoses. A reference to Chaos from FF1. Oh, that is an impossible question. I mean, there's a lot of good stuff. Trying to think of runs that aren't mine that I'm looking forward to. I'm looking forward to Essentia getting a salty run back on Birth by Sleep. She had some issues with her run of that at SGDQ a few years ago. Obviously. Close quote, shameless. I guess I am looking forward to the Soul Blazer trilogy block, because now that all 3 games are going to be in. Oh yeah, that's interesting. Yeah, Evil 46. Yeah, in Latin and Italian, Terra means Earth. So I think Tera is would be a better way of translating it from Japanese, because I think it's just Terra in Japanese. So it would be only 1 R. Yeah, we have both Secret of Mana and Legend of Mana. Secret of Mana co-op is going to be pretty hype because of Mr. MV being part of it. I'm really looking forward to meeting Mr. MV in person, finally. Well, I'm going to be streaming Illusion of Gaia practice starting in March. Probably on weeknights. I do want, I mean, after FF4, the next new game I want to learn the speedrun for is Soul Blazer. This is a nice little downer of a monologue here, by the way. I'm assuming this is Garland talking, but it's not really that clear. Yeah, that's Terra in Japanese. Well, for that to be Necron talking, that would require Necron, like, existing before, before the end of the game. Oh, you too, Kara? Yeah, I've been having that problem for, like, a week or so now, where every time I try to rearrange my panels and refresh, then if I refresh, they all get randomized. I mean, it used to be that there'd be a little bit of randomization, well, not really randomization, like changes to to make them work on different types of monitors, but now it's just completely random. I can't even control like which ones are on top, because like I want the panels for like my PB table and general FAQ and stuff to be at the top, but now I think last time I looked, my FF5 and 9 FAQs were at the top, and some others, like some of the stuff I want to be there, is buried at the bottom. It's kind of annoying. I tweeted at Twitch support, and I saw a bunch of other people who did too, but they haven't responded yet. Oh, that's cool, Evil, if they translated directly from Japanese to Italian, because the French translations of these PlayStation Final Fantasies are very bad, because they were it was Japanese to English to French. They actually responded to you, Delm? That's cool. Did they say anything substantive? Alright, so then because I had to use my diamond to synth the rebirth ring, I'm popping back in here to get another one from Stiltskin. Okay, so it was not a substantive response then, but that's more than I got. Oops. Talky to talk. In general, though, I do cut Twitch TV quite a bit of slack for little things like that, because the alternative could be that if you had to pay to stream, like if I wanted to stream a lot on Nico Nama, which is the main Japanese streaming service. Yeah, I want Geiger. Alright. Time to start getting hype for You're Not Alone, by the way. That's coming up after this cutscene. Yeah, Twitch is definitely the best game streaming service out there. Have you actually figured out how the Japanese streamers automatically restart their broadcast every 30 minutes? 'Cause if that's something I could do, I'd consider dual streaming like Japanese games there. Yeah, pretty much every part of the soundtrack from now until the end of the game is a winner. Yeah, the stream delay is non-existent on Nico. If you type a comment, it gets shown in like 3 or 4 seconds. But that's a scale thing, because I know the reason why Twitch has the delay now is because they had to switch to a some new method of ingesting the stream broadcasts to run it more cheaply in order for them to stay in business. Onko-chan is the name of the program. I shall have to check that out. I was wondering if it was just the Nico Live encoder that most of them use instead of XSplit, even though I think Nico Live encoder is made by Split Media, and or if it was something else. I don't know when the next time I'm actually gonna stream something in Japanese though is, because I doubt there'd be much interest on Nico of me streaming North American versions of Final Fantasy. The only Japanese one that I'm really interested in right now is 7. Maybe 5 if I get good at the step count manipulation for it. And can learn all the menuing in Japanese, which would be a lot easier than this game for sure, because most of the menuing in FF5 is job changing, which you have pictures for. It would be Twitch, Gold Snake, as far as changing the way that they run their broadcast servers, which unfortunately created the delay problem. Oh, nice. Majigi. Hey. badly. Hedgehog pie card, yes! This is the battle in the You're Not Alone sequence that I'm most afraid of, because this is what I've died to the most number of times. Oh, thank you, Extracto. Because if it spams that high wind attack over and over and over again, you can lose this. Fortunately, Steiner has the coral rings, so you can absorb that Thundaga. Dead. Alright, prepare yourselves for the ultimate troll face in this game, in this next mini-boss. There he is, the Shell Dragon. So I gained Suicide and then revived with the Rebirth Ring in order to make Dagger show up faster. Yeah, you can die to any of these battles if you get bad luck, or you'll try to YOLO it and pay the price, basically. Well, no protect. Zidane has Gaia Gear, so he absorbs Earth. Yeah, how did Dagger learn Curaga, by the way? I never actually taught it to her. Alright, I only used one elixir, so that was a good Shell Dragon fight. Yeah. Or that, yeah, one of your characters somehow learns Kuraka in FF5 too during the Gloof cutscene. Ah, rip, you're not alone. Alright. Now we have the most intense shopping of the whole game. You can listen to this sweet remix of the final dungeon theme from Final Fantasy II while I'm doing my shopping. Yeah, we just have Vivi from this game in Cage so far. Steiner kind of seems like he'd fit into the Cage universe kind of well. Well, it's almost over, Kari, as soon as I exit this room. Well, until I fight the next boss, I should say. You can't. I mean, the only way to control random encounters in this game is to move as efficiently as possible. There's a few minor tricks you can do, like you can stutter step on the world map to lower your rate for encounters. You can leave and re-enter screens in order to reset the threat value, but this isn't like FF7 or 8 where you can do step count manipulation and route everything out. In this, it's actually random. Thank you, Obi-Wan. So I'd like to steal battle boots from Garland if I can. There we go. Got like one more hit or so left in him. Right, this is good for Kuja though, because I do want some of my characters to be in critical HP, because you're now going to be seeing a really broken ability called Charge in action. You'll see what it does in just a second if you don't already know. It's a common theme in Final Fantasy speedrunning that having critical HP is good in certain situations. In this game, it's having critical HP lets you use Charge. And having low HP isn't really that dangerous for Garland and Kuja because they don't have any multi-targeting attacks. Yeah, FF8 is not a very well balanced game. Ooh, nice. Alright, so what Charge does is it makes every character that's in critical HP immediately attack without using their normal turn. Using Charge also ignores counterattacks, which is pretty big in Dis 4. Okay, this round should go in. Oh, I just took one more hit. Alright, Super Saiyan Kuja. Yeah, you can, yeah, I mean, I haven't played FF8 that recently enough to know, but I don't think there's any FMVs during this game where you can move. Okay, yeah, the train sequence, yeah. Yeah, some of the Japanese FF9 runners every now and then play the game over music after getting ultimated by Kuja. The timing ends when on the final hit on Necron. Timing method I use is new game to last hit on final boss. Yeah, like every battle with Beatrix always ends that way. Oops. Ah. Keep forgetting that I actually need to move Zidane up to the elevator. Yeah, if you don't know that a battle is unwinnable, then that's kind of frustrating to waste items and stuff. I do kind of appreciate the concept of getting your butt handed to you by a villain as a way to establish them and stuff. Along with setting the stage for you getting your revenge much later on. Oh, thank you, Hanzuke. Appreciate it. Yeah. Anybody enjoy what they're seeing is new to the channel, please consider hitting the follow button. I've got a list on my Twitch channel below the stream player of all the games that I have speedrun and am planning to in the future. I've also got my Twitter and YouTube linked there if you're so inclined. Oh, maybe someday. I'm not really interested in the sub button right now. That's, well, almost the end of Disc 3. Looks like I'm going to be about 15 minutes behind my PB. My PB finished Disc 3 at 8:35. So sub 9:30 isn't going to happen, but maybe sub 9:45 can. Oh, you've been here the whole run, ad-free? Wow. That's awesome. Yeah, shoutouts to anybody that's actually been watching since the very beginning of the run, too. Final disc. Well, the end of this game is not to be missed. I mean, everything's awesome about Disc 4 if you ask me. The fights are cool, the music's cool, the FMVs are cool. Not really, Hansuke. The game's pretty much the same other than a couple minor differences. I think the reason Karakarn plays Japanese is so he can use a turbo controller because the Japanese speedrun community is okay with that. Oh yeah, I mean, I don't really like running games that have no randomness whatsoever, just because then every run's the same. I mean, I like having enough random elements to keep it interesting, so that I have to kind of adapt to what happens. I could do without this game having death guys in it though, or at least death guys having meteor, because that makes it so that you could lose about 15 minutes from the end just because of bad luck. It's not super likely to happen, but it can. I do not know anybody speedrunning Bravely Default. I'm sure it's inevitable though, once it's been out for a while. I love how the music syncs to the action during this, by the way, if you just mash through all the text boxes. Oh yeah, Romy plays games. Doing it. Hey, Professor Roman. Hey, Valve Pony. Welcome everybody else that's tuning in for the finale. This is all we ever see of the Invincible in the speedrun, by the way, too, is entering Memoria. And I guess a bit of the ending, too. Well, actually, no, you don't see the Invincible in the ending. Just the Hildegard. I've heard a lot of comparisons of Bravely Default to FF5. Alright, this is actually kind of a scary boss, just because it has an attack called Shockwave that's non-elemental, so there's nothing I can do to, other than just keep my HP relatively high, at least for Zidane. Nova Dragon can also use counters. Oh, and speaking of FF5 too, in the Japanese version, this boss is called Shinryu, also God Dragon, which is a super boss in FF5. I should have done charge first. Oh, auto life, I forgot about that. When you get this late into the run, it's very easy to forget little things like Freya having auto life. Zidane gets to charge too, nice. Oh, double crits. This guy's dead. I wrecked this guy. Oh yeah, I was forgetting to throw stuff with Amaranth too, because throw doesn't trigger counterattacks either. That was a ridiculously good Nova Dragon. I don't think my Nova Dragon was that good in my practice run. The rest of Disc 4 was pretty good though. No, I'm not gonna PB. I mean, I saved and I didn't practice menuing and stuff like that, so that was. I mean, this is a viewer's special because more of you fine folks than didn't voted for FF9, so it wouldn't have been much of a viewer special if I'd have died, which, I mean, I would have had to take more risks if I really wanted to get a new PB. But that'll happen maybe later this year. Let's do Alright, and away we go. No, a low-level run would not be faster than a speed run, just because to stay low-leveled you have to use very, very slow strats for a lot of battles that would give you experience. Oh, nice! Thank you, Mr. Iron Giant. I almost forgot to get him to have Steiner kill himself again. Ha 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 ha. Good night. Oh, and Zidane hit level 36 too. That is really nice, because now I'm not susceptible to level 5 death anymore. I think I'm on, well, unless I get trolled pretty badly, I'm on pace for sub 60 encounters too. Hey, this could all be just setting it up for me to die to death guys, though. Like, I don't know, I mean, under 60 is a good number for a single segment run. Under, like, 55 would be really good. The lowest known number of encounters, I think, is like 45 or so by a Japanese player. The lowest number I've gotten is 56, which is my PB. Hating on Freya. Jeez. I'm getting a little worried about Freya trancing on Necron now, though. She didn't trance to Nova Dragon. Freya getting trance on Necron screws up the timing for the Grand Cross skip a little bit. But she trances on Death Guys, though, that's good. Now, if that attack had actually killed Zidane, I'd have been fine because he had auto life. If he'd have used his auto life, then I would have elixired him and had him defend before doing the final hit to make sure he survived it. Hey, even Steven. irc.twitch.tv is what I've been using. You have to do a special setup in order to actually log in with an IRC client, though, because you can't just use your normal password. You have to generate a OAuth key in order, and then use that to log in instead of your normal Twitch password. Oh, thank you, Jen. battle boots are not working for me tonight. Should be getting some more preemptives. I don't know what it is about my webcam, but it kind of spazzes out every once in a while. It's infrequent enough that I haven't bothered trying to figure out why. Alright, this is the worst of the FF1 mini-bosses, because Tiamat has 2 all-targeting attacks that I don't really have much immunity to. I don't want my character's MP to get drained, because then that means I can't use MP attack to do extra damage. Freya is the most important of my team, though, because she's the only one that has access to Dragon Killer. Tiamat's the only fiend that doesn't count as a demon. Alright, didn't get jet fired, so that was okay. Alright, good night, Nebless. Yes, I'm gonna use the auto life strat for Kraken. I just need to make sure to remember to re-equip the ribbon afterwards, though, because if If I don't, then I could die to a Crystal Tiamat in Crystal World. Hey, fast tree. Two more mini bosses to go before Death Guy's hype. Ow. That attack right there is why I want Zidane to always be at full HP. In Memoria, at least in areas where you can encounter Iron Giants. Yeah, I mean, with the battle boot, you need the battle boots in order to have HP plus 20% on Freya for Death Guys, which would be pretty. That'd be kind of a sacrifice. Okay, one encounter World's Fusion is pretty good. Last step encounter on this screen, not so good. So no preemptives whatsoever. The battle boots failed me in their first job. Well, the first half of Memoria was pretty good, not so much the second half. Getting an encounter on every screen. Finally got a preemptive though. And a fast flee too. No. I have actually beaten Hades in the speedrun file, but it's too random. I mean, there's obviously, I wouldn't want to do that in a serious run, but I looked into it for a marathon incentive, and it was too, I don't know, it was just too unreliable, because if Hades used Cursed twice, then I would lose. Time to get crackin'. Kraken likes to counterattack, so I'm just gonna basically be using charge to fight. The Rebirth Ring strat depends on Kraken using not spamming Waterga every turn though, because if that happens then it's not really any faster. It's probably slower than the other strat. Zaydane's definitely getting a Death Guy's trance now, maybe Freya too. Alright, not a very good fight, but we continue. I can't get Iron Giants in this room, so I don't need to worry about healing Zidane. Yeah, the first half of Memoria was ridiculously good. The second half is pretty bad so far, both for encounters and boss patterns. Oh, thank you, Tayo. Appreciate it. Yep, my PB just beat the game. Let's see if we can get sub 945 at least. There'll be new PBs to be had when I'm actually done some rerouting and practice of the game. Yeah, I've got some notes on my computer monitor that I'm using to remember what the menuing is, because this game has a lot of menuing, and I don't ever see myself being able to do this run without notes, especially for the end game. Lich is the easiest of all four too, just because it's really weak to Holy, which Freya can do. Alright, now it's time for the moment a lot of people have been waiting for. Excalibur 2! Let's see settings. Yeah, the Doom counter is actually pretty fast in this game compared like to 7. I forget if 8 has Doom countdown or not. It's gonna be close as far as encounters, just against the ideal number. It'd be nice if you didn't have to use Flee, if you could just run away with the L and R buttons like you can in other games. Not looking good now, because it's pretty rare to get through any of the Crystal Worlds screens without an encounter. anyway. I don't. Yeah, I always want my characters to be up just because Crystal Liches can cast Death, and I don't want Zidane to get deathed. Yeah, that middle screen of the crystal field saw fit to troll me. That's the yeah. I mean, the fact that it takes so long to run away and the loading times are so high too is why FF9 runners track their number of encounters, just because it's just kind of an indication of how much the game is trolling you. So that's been like, what, 12 Disc 4 encounters so far, I think? Alright, I'm really hoping Freya survives Meteor so I can get her trance out of the way. Because trancing, I haven't practiced fighting Necron with trance for a long time. It basically just means I have to do the Grand Cross skip twice. Alright, here goes nothing. Hype, 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 hype. Ah, you get it. Freya had full ATB, but so did Death. And only Freya died, too. She's gonna trance on Necron now. Wow, that was a nice death, guys. Very nice. No, trance is really unreliable, so it's a nice bonus that I can get in a couple situations, but it's not something I depend on for my speedrun round. But yeah, that meteor attack it did has a, I don't know, like a 10% chance or so of killing me, which happens every now and then when you speedrun FF9. Go. Dark Messenger music time, always awesome. The main move I don't want to see from Trance Kuja is Flare Star. Welcome back, Potato Handle. Alright, no flare stars. Oh! Alright, time to try to roll with the Necron trance strats. Yeah, her Necron has a slight chance of using Meteor on me in the first turn too, which is another way I could lose. Yeah, Potato Handle has never seen me die to Necron. hopefully that continues. Because the reason why Freya having trance on Necron is bad is because when Freya jumps, she stays in the air until her trance gauge runs out, and that just messes with the timing for a skip. A trick I'm gonna do to skip Necron's nastiest 2 attacks. And well, there is a she's gonna trance. I'd say I could try to play around a little to try to prevent it, but I don't think it's worth it. Alright, go time. Yeah, I was hoping to cut 10 hours with this, given that it's with safety saves, safety strats, and not a whole lot of menuing practice, so assuming I don't lose to Necron, I'm gonna be satisfied with this. Should work that I get one more blue shockwave now, and then I jump again if I timed it right. Yes, got it. Yes. wait trick there so that Zidane can get a final attack if the extra jump damage wasn't enough to finish him off now. Alright, there we go. 943, so cut the 945. Thank you, everybody. The GG buttons. They are so strong. Well, my 941 is in a run that didn't use safety saves and strats and stuff. I mean, and I'd been practicing menus and doing runs weekly and that sort of thing too. I can get there again if I work on it, but I'm more focused on FF7 right now. So thank you, everybody. Please hit the follow button if you like what you're seeing. I'll of course be watching the ending since this was a full run. There may be a little bit of musical whimsing during the credits song too, if you want to stick around for that. Hi to my GF, please. Oh, hi to your Guardian Force. Gotcha. It's just a Plantronics headset that I got on Amazon. Wow, I've been waiting for that to happen, for me to crit on Sea Lion and trigger Blizzara early, but it never has so far. I mean, the reason I like this headset is because it has separate jacks for the microphone and the headphones part, which makes it a lot easier for me to do my audio mixing for my streaming setup. This is the only Final Fantasy game that I've run where that has actually you have to mash text during the ending too. It's only up until the scene with Zidane and Kuja though. Yeah, I'm getting perilously close to 10k thanks to the Final Fantasy relay giving me a lot of follows. Hey, Claude. Yeah. Yeah, given that I finished this run without any deaths or resets, I'm pretty happy. Oh, Karakarn's gonna start a run next. Wow. So much FF9, so little time. Thank you everybody. Maybe, but the Final Fantasy, the English Final Fantasy community stops the timer when at final hit on Necron. There's other games that are like that too, like Earthbound. I think all the runners stop the timer when they beat Gigas, even though there's user input afterwards. Terranigma ends after Dark Gaia is beaten. Yeah, for a tool-assisted speedrun where the measurement is done in frames of inputs, the task for FF9 doesn't end until all the text is mashed. Yeah, FF6 has a couple text boxes after Kefka, but no, it's nowhere near as many as this, though. It's just like, it's less than 10, I think. It's just before the character endings start. Oh, Earthbound does end at the end. Hey, Dreambaum. You missed me getting revenge on Death Guys for you and all the other FF6 runners trolled by Death Guys / Doomgaze. Yeah, I mean, and so the fact that you can use 2 buttons to bash, I really shudder to think about how much longer this run would be if the text boxes were like in most other RPGs, instead of being able to mash through them in frames, instead of having to wait for the text to actually draw out. Yeah, the Japanese RTA community times from power on to the end. So like my PB in Japanese RTA timing would be like about 9:54 or so. Because I'd have to start the timer after turning on the PS2 before I actually start the game, which takes about 30 seconds or so. And then the ending to this game is 32 minutes. Thank you, Chaotic Lotus. Yeah, for playing a PS1 game on PS2, it's usually about 30 seconds from powering on the console and starting the game if you're turning on fastest speed. Yeah, we get genome matrix action here. Alright, good night. Later, Hampadon. Thanks for watching. I mean, it's an arbitrary number. I mean, the less encounters, the better. I mean, 60 is just kind of an arbitrary number that the PlayStation Final Fantasy speedrun community thinks is a kind of an ideal number for a single segment run. Oh, well, get yourself to bed, Chokehold, and good luck with your job interview. Have a good night. All the VVs off to join the Twilight Town struggle. Hey, Poon Stars. Yeah, I can put the controller down finally, because after the scene with Kuja and Zidane, all the inputs are done. Alright, later, Solkhan, thanks for watching. Well, didn't Karakarn already start a run and die to Sea Lion? Thought I heard him say that earlier. I'm surprised I've never died to Sea Lion because of critting. I've never ever gotten a crit on Sea Lion, which I'm just waiting for that to happen now. The record for FF9 is 852. VV not found. Oh, yeah, okay, yeah, I guess that would explain it then, if you're equipping the silk shirt. I still don't know if I'd bother with the silk shirt, even if, even in the JP version, just cause, I don't know, I'd have to see, just cause literally the only difference is that Tsunami does about 30 more damage, because of, Sea Lion having water elemental boost in the Japanese version, and that got removed for the, English version. Oh, thanks for watching, Extremic. If you mean my timer, no. Timer runs from when I select new game to the final hit on the final boss. I think the in-game timer runs pretty much continuously too. It lags a couple. It it's pretty accurate, really, because it's probably less than 3 or 4 minutes off of real time at the end of the run. Okay, yeah, that's refreshing then. That it's tied to spirit, so Zidane's spirit isn't going to allow crits at that point. Well, the idea is that Quina's race, the Qs, are genderless. I don't know if they ever say exactly how they reproduce, but the idea is that they're genderless. So the dialogue always refers to Quina as she/he. Quina can equip, I think, a couple of pieces of armor and accessories that can only be equipped by women too, which might be why a lot of people refer to Quina as she. You have to get Quina in Disc 2. Yeah, they consume frogs and then more Qs get spawned, I guess. You can get Quina in Disc 1 if you visit the Q's Marsh near Lindblom. In a segmented FF9 run, you'd want to do that so you can learn the Limit Glove ability, blue magic spell, which lets you one-shot both Gizmaluke and Beatrix. But in single segment, you don't get Quina until Disc 2, and you have to get him/her in order to enter Fossil Row. As long as this ending is, it's a good one. I'm a sucker for a happy ending. I mean, the ending's a little ambiguous on what exactly happens to the characters after Gaia and Terra merge together, but you're kind of meant to meant to think that everything turns out okay. No, no more. I am done streaming after the ending. One 9.5-hour speedrun per day is enough for me. I'll be back later this week though. Probably with either Final Fantasy VI practice or Illusion of Gaia practice. Next week I'm gonna be out of town though, so last week of February I won't be able to stream. Yeah, little trash talking on the FF7 and 8 there. Yeah, that's kind of just my guess too, and how Zidane escaped from the Aoife trees that Kuja sent him out with the last of his strength. Yeah. If you want to see more FF9 runs, looks like Karakarn is doing it, although he's doing it in Japanese. Ysanguin plays the English version, and sounds like he's going to do a run tomorrow, so you should follow him too if you like FF9. This was my followers special, which I had a poll going for most of January and late December for people to vote for. I actually had over 800 people vote in it, which was awesome. It was an awesome response, and FF9 was the winner. So this is kind of a one-time thing for now, just because FF6 and 7 are my main projects right now, but I will be back to FF9 eventually, maybe like sometime in the summer or fall of this year. Because I can save a lot of time off of my PB. I can get like a 905 or so, that'll be really nice. Or even sub 910. Yeah. Yeah. I'm surprised I did as well as I did for, well, one practice run and no menuing practice. So, my FF9 PB is like 25 minutes away from the record. Next time I actually finish an FF7 run, I'll destroy my PB with all the new skips that have been discovered. I've just had trouble actually finishing a run without dying to Doom's Gate or something like that. Yeah, hopefully I didn't suck up all of the good RNG for Ysanguin tomorrow. Yes, normally I only sing when I get a PB, but since this was a followers special, we're gonna make an exception. Alone for a while, I've been searching through the dark for traces of the love you left inside my lonely heart. To weave by picking up the pieces that remain Melodies of life, love's lost refrain. Our paths they did cross, though I cannot say just why. We met, we laughed, we held on fast, and then we said goodbye. And who hear the echoes of stories never told, let them ring out loud till they unfold. In my dearest memories, I see you reaching out to me. Though you've gone, I still believe that you can call out my name. Voice from the past, joining yours and mine, adding up the layers of harmony. And so it goes on and on. Melodies of life, to the sky beyond the flying bird, forever and beyond. Oh, but there's more. So far and away, see the bird as it flies by, gliding through the shadows of the clouds up in the sky. I've laid my memories and dreams upon those wings. Leave them now and see what tomorrow brings. In your dearest memories, do you remember loving me? Was it fate that brought us close and now leaves me behind? A voice from the past, joining yours and mine, adding up the layers of harmony. And so it goes on and on. Melodies of life, to the sky beyond the flying bird, forever. If I should leave this lonely world behind, your voice will still remember our melody. Now I know we'll carry on. Melodies of life, come circle round and grow deep in our hearts, as long as we remember. Wow, that wasn't actually that horrible feeling after having been talking for like 10 hours straight. That song has way too many birds in the lyrics too. Just gotta throw that out there. And after my singing, you get to have a really gorgeous arrangement of the Final Fantasy theme, which is probably the better choice. I've been known to sing the FF6 opera on occasion, sometimes even in other languages too, like French or Japanese. If you don't want the game to end, you should try speedrunning it, because then it never ends. It's really hard to actually be satisfied with a run of a game this long. Yeah, I have had voice lessons in college. Oh, there are frustrating moments, but the point of speedrunning to me is to have fun. Getting records and good times and stuff is all secondary to having fun, challenging myself on games that I love. The end. Or is it? There is a password you can enter in order to play blackjack after the credits. Ah. Oh, thank you, Seraph. I'm having just as good of a luck at this as I was at Tetramaster. Okay, finally won a hand. Oh, I know, Mike. I'm a terrible speedrunner if I'm actually having fun and not complaining endlessly about League of Legends and Twitch chat problems and thinking that every run that's not a world record is a waste of time and a total failure. Okay, I'm not tempting fate. I still lost anyway. Oh, this blackjack deck is not fair, by the way, too. Like, it is possible to get 5 of the same card, or this, like, you could get 5 queens or something like that potentially. Oh, I know, Claude. Running games that have heavy RNG elements in them are supposed to be about getting a record every time. Hey, got a blackjack. Alright, let's ratchet up the stakes a little bit. I think that means Sereth needs to sing Suteki Dane next time he finishes the Final Fantasy X run. Yeah, even in blackjack, the game cheats. Ah, okay, that was not a very successful hand of blackjack. Alright, well, that is gonna do it for today. if you didn't get enough Final Fantasy IX today, Karakarn is doing a run right now. Let's see who else is streaming right now. If you want something different, Miles is streaming Metroid Prime 1. I've actually never played that game before, but it looks really good when he plays it. He's got all the records for it, I believe. Alright, so I'm going to run some ads and then call it a night. So thanks everybody for watching. I'll probably be back at least once during this coming week for something. I don't know. It'll probably be either FF6 practice or Illusion of Gaia practice, because those are my 2 games for Crystals for Life, which is a charity speedrun marathon in late April this year. So, and then I'm going to be out of town the next week. So the week of February 23rd through March 1st, I'm not going to be able to stream. But then when I get back, expect lots more FF6 and hopefully an FF7 attempt or 2. So I'm going to run some commercials and then take her down. So thanks everybody for watching. Again, please follow if you haven't already, and have a good evening or morning. Take care.